The Committee on House Administration will come to order. The title of today's hearing is Oversight of the Smithsonian, Radical Revisionism at the National Museum of American History. I note that a quorum is present without objection. The chair may declare recess at any time. Also without objection, the record will remain open for 5 legislative days, so members may submit any additional materials they wish to be included therein. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes for the purpose of giving an opening statement. America has an incredible story to tell. 250 years ago, our forefathers declared independence from the British Empire, and we won. We launched into world history the first civilization dedicated to the proposition that all men are created equal. Our Constitution established a Republican form of government with checks and balances that protect that proposition. We fought a civil war to preserve our union and finally free those in bondage. Since then, we've revolutionized technology, liberated Europe. We planted the American flag on the moon. The Smithsonian National Museum of American History was established by Congress to champion our story. In 1953, the Smithsonian told Congress the National American History Museum would commemorate our heritage of freedom. At the museum's dedication in 1964, then President Johnson said the museum would foster patriotism. Unfortunately, today, the museum has shifted its focus to political activism. But don't take my word for it. One of our witnesses today, our witness, Dr. Anthea Hartig, the director of the museum. Dr. Hartig, you said history is a prime tool of social justice. You believe your role as a historian is to connect, quote, research and scholarship to activism and advocacy, end quote. Your words. You have said loving America is complicated. Sadly, it's not just rhetoric. You've built that into the museum's exhibits. You built it into the website to convey an ideological narrative that denigrates our founders, diminishes our achievements, and seeks to divide American people. The authors of the Domestic Policy Council report argued that museum visitors should be warned, and they said, quote, the exhibits in this museum were prepared by people who don't want you to love our country, end quote. If you read the full detailed report, as you should, or if you just walk into the museum, it's hard not to agree with that conclusion. But I'll conclude this. It's not only okay to love America, it is great to love America. It's true, our history isn't perfect. We continue to strive to create a more perfect union. But throughout our American history, we have striven, people have died, as our nation continues to move forward to our founding fathers' goals, to create that more perfect union. It does require introspection and honesty, but it also requires gratitude, appreciation, and celebration of how revolutionary the American experience has been and continues to be. The current focus of activism by leadership at the museum undermines that. It's unacceptable that American tax dollars are supporting divisive work. It's time to allow the United States to speak for itself. When it's America that speaks for itself, not the elites or NPR, the world loves America, its success, our uniqueness, its exceptionalism. When the American story speaks for itself without ideological bias, political advocacy, or woke talking points, America is loved and admired. It's time the American History Museum returned to its core founding mission when it was created, fostering patriotism and telling our story of achievement. Unfortunately, the museum has strayed from that mission, and that is the focus of today's hearing. I yield back and recognize the ranking member for 5 minutes for his opening statement.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to our witnesses for being here this morning. Let's not kid ourselves. We're here for one single reason, because the President of the United States believes he is entitled to determine what is true about America's past. He is not. To understand what is happening at the Smithsonian Institution, we need to step back because this is not where it started. The President has spent his term reaching into the institutions that keep our national memory, trying to bend them to his will. He fired the archivist of the United States, the keeper of the nation's records, without a stated reason. He fired the Librarian of Congress, claiming she put, quote, inappropriate books in children's hands at a research library that doesn't even lend books to the public. He purged the Kennedy Center's board, made himself chairman, and renamed it for himself until a court deemed it illegal. He ordered exhibits about the horrors of slavery, people owning other people as property, and stripped them from the national parks. Each time, the same move. Take a best-in-class institution built to serve the public and corrupt it into one that serves him. The Smithsonian is just the latest in that long line. In March of 2025, he issued a directive ordering the Vice President to remove improper ideology from the Smithsonian. And this month, his White House issued a hyper-partisan report portraying a museum beloved by millions of Americans who come as annual visitors into one that he says hates America. Perhaps some actual history would be useful here. Actual history. The Smithsonian is not part of the executive branch. Congress created it in 1846. Its 17-member Board of Regents is chaired by the Chief Justice of the United States Supreme Court. The President can neither appoint nor remove a single regent. The Organization of American Historians called the report that the White House produced an effort to coerce the Smithsonian into telling an inaccurate story that fits the President's political agenda. They're absolutely right. When Orwell wrote, "Whoever controls the past controls the future," he meant it as a warning. The President took it as a mission statement. We have seen this before. The Soviet Union airbrushed, purged officials out of photographs until they vanished. The Tiananmen Square massacre appears nowhere in China's textbooks and is scrubbed from its internet. In Hungary, the recently ousted Viktor Orban, the man Vice President Vance called a model for the United States, dictated the history taught in its schools. And we don't need to look abroad. We don't even need to leave this room. This committee has developed a pattern. Donald Trump reaches a conclusion unmoored from reality. The majority concocts a record to match, and he uses that record as proof that Congress agreed. Take January 6th. Last Congress, this committee told the country the real wrongdoing wasn't the attack, it was the investigation. A month later, the President pardoned nearly 1,600 people, including those convicted of assaulting police officers. Today, the White House website cites this committee's report on a page blaming Capitol Police for the violence occurred during an effort to have an insurrection and stop the peaceful transfer of power in the United States. It's shocking. It's beyond shocking. Or take elections. This committee built a record on voter fraud that virtually does not exist, witnesses without evidence, findings without proof, which the President uses to undermine confidence in elections with claims that crumble each day in our courts. Which brings us to today. Once again, this committee is attempting to put the congressional stamp of approval on one man's manufactured grievances. In reality, the Smithsonian already has the safeguards the President claims to be imposing. A year ago, the Board of Regents reaffirmed the Smithsonian would remain, quote, free from political or partisan influence, end quote. The Secretary issued a binding policy requiring all exhibits to be grounded in scholarship, balanced, and nonpartisan. The White House report never mentions that. Before we appoint Donald Trump the de facto curator of American history, remember, this is a man who looked at the world's preeminent museum complex and concluded its problem is dwelling too much on, I quote again, how bad slavery was. Really, Mr. President? The owning of other people as property? And you're concerned that we're going to talk about how bad that was? That's the problem? A president who still cannot admit that he lost the 2020 election. A president whose White House issued a self-contradictory report claiming the founders were erased from a museum displaying Jefferson's desk, Washington's uniform, and the Star-Spangled Banner. A report that condemns exhibits about people, I quote, foreign to the United States, then names those foreigners, Mexican Americans, Filipino Americans. In other words, Americans. The Smithsonian is where a free nation tells its full story, triumphs and struggles. This story belongs to no president. It does not need saving from the historians who tell it. It needs saving from the ignorant, ill-informed man on the other side of Pennsylvania Avenue. And with that, Mr. Chair, before I yield back, I would ask unanimous consent to enter the following into the record. A copy of the report issued yesterday by the committee Democrats responding to the White House report, a series of objects currently on display in the American History Museum's 250th anniversary exhibit, including a 2024 Trump campaign MAGA hat, a pro-gun rights button for the National Rifle Association, and an anti-abortion sign from a rally in Washington, D.C. I'd also entered the record a photo from the American History Museum gift shop taken yesterday featuring various busts of President Trump and multiple books written by or about President Trump. A statement from the Organization of American Historians condemning the White House report, a statement from the American Alliance of Museums about Smithsonian independence, and finally, an NBC News article dated August 19, 2025, titled, "Trump Says the Smithsonian Focuses Too Much on How Bad Slavery Was." I'd ask unanimous consent to enter those into the record. And with that, sir, I yield back.
Without objection, and without objection, all other members' opening statements will be made part of the hearing record if they're submitted to the committee clerk by 5 p.m. today. Today we have a 4-witness panel. We have Dr. Anthea Hartig, Director of the National Museum of American History of the Smithsonian Institution. Next we have Mike Gonzalez of the Heritage Foundation, followed by Jeff Anderson of the American Main Street Initiative, and finally David Blight, the Sterling Professor of American History at Yale University. Dr. Hartig, you're recognized for 5 minutes to provide an opening statement.
Good morning, Chairman Stile, Ranking Member Morelli, and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to be with you here today. I welcome the chance to answer your questions about the National Museum of American History and the Smithsonian Institution, and I appreciate the committee's important oversight role. As an historian, I have spent my career studying, teaching, and preserving the history of the United States. My family has served this nation since the Revolutionary War, and I was raised with a deep sense of obligation to this country and to the democratic ideals that it asks each generation to uphold. Since 2019, I have been honored to serve as the Elizabeth MacMillan Director of your National Museum of American History, home of the Star-Spangled Banner. It is a true honor to serve alongside my devoted fellow public servants who staff the museum, and I'm immensely proud of our work. Of course, Congress created the Smithsonian Institution in 1846 with an aspirational mission for the increase and diffusion of knowledge for all. And as you know, it's an independent trust instrumentality outside the executive branch and governed by a board of regents that, of course, includes all three branches and the 9 citizens appointed by a joint resolution. The Smithsonian takes the concerns raised in the White House Domestic Policy Council's report seriously. And as we continue to fact-check the report, we unwaveringly attest that it does not fairly or accurately characterize the full body of work at the museum. There is always room for improvement, but I also know the beauty, the inspiration, and the expertise that exists in our collections, and our exhibitions, and our programming. When a family walks through our doors free of charge, as 2 million people did last year, they find the desk on which Thomas Jefferson drafted the Declaration of Independence, Horatio Greenhour's magnificent statue of George Washington, Abraham Lincoln's top hat, the Greensboro lunch counter, the gowns of the First Ladies, and the stories of Americans in uniform. They find the inventions that changed the world and the ordinary Americans who built it. I have watched 10-year-olds with their families stand in front of the Star-Spangled Banner with their hands over their hearts. No one told them to. That is the National Museum of American History at its most powerful. Patriotism not instructed but inspired. Our work is governed by the Smithsonian standards of scholarship, accuracy, independence, and nonpartisanship. The museum does not take sides in America's political debates. We preserve and document the evidence of American life in all its breadth so that the public can encounter the past and draw their own conclusions. We are also always learning. When visitors, scholars, members of Congress, veterans, teachers tell us we've gotten something wrong or only half right, we take it seriously, and we make changes when the evidence supports it. And when historians talk about reframing a traditional narrative, we do not mean erasing it. We mean adding the evidence, the voices for the American people, and a commitment to constantly being in pursuit of that perfect union. I hope that you will judge the museum the way the American people do, by what's on its walls and what's in its care. Please accept our sincere invitation to come visit, walk the building with me, stand in front of the Star-Spangled Banner in awe. I believe what you shall find is not an institution that has forgotten its country, but one that loves it enough to tell the full sweep of our history, the triumphs and the struggles. I love the United States of America. I consider it the privilege of my career to help preserve its treasures and to serve the American people. I'm very grateful for the committee's work and happy to be here with you today. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Mr. Gonzalez, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Chairman, ranking member, members of this committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'm a senior fellow at the Heritage Foundation. The views I express in this testimony are my own. In 1964, as you mentioned, Chairman Stiles, at the opening of what was later to be renamed the National Museum of American History, President Johnson said the purpose of the museum was to, quote, foster patriotism. Director Kellogg noted that the museum would, quote, awaken a clear understanding of this inspiring story of the United States. 62 years later, the History Museum is failing to do any of this. Instead of highlighting important parts of American history, such as the founding, the current leadership of the History Museum chooses to focus on showcasing American history as one that is problematic, destructive, and oppressive. The museum leaders use this institution to promote a Marxist and Gramscian view of the world that sees everything as a battle between oppressors and the oppressed. This is why it has an entire center devoted to something called restorative history. The History Museum even has education plans that target students in pre-K through 3rd grade to indoctrinate them on open borders and LGBTQ matters, pre-K. I'll cut to the chase. Yesterday, in a separate hearing, also on the Smithsonian, I called for you in Congress to work with the Board of Regents to dismiss the entire leadership of the Smithsonian. I also called, and do so again now, for you to deauthorize the yet-to-be-built Latino Museum, which will also become an incubator for anti-American grievances. Present leadership can now make the changes that are needed to correct course. Secretary Lonnie Bunch III, Anthea Hartig, the director of the History Museum and one of today's witnesses, and other museum leaders have commandeered the world's largest museum complex and tell us themselves that they intend to use it as a tool for societal transformation. This is not why America has entrusted these institutions to them. National museums are repositories of a nation's collective inheritance so that it can be transmitted to future generations. The leadership is the entity at fault here. It is they who set the standards and guide the staff. In one example, the leadership of the History Museum for years made staff take part in a reading group to discuss the museum as a site for social action toolkit, also called a mass action toolkit, that alleges that objectivity, quote, I'm quoting here, objectivity, individualism, perfectionism, worship of the written word, and other traits are characteristics of white supremacy culture. This is revolting. In fact, the Smithsonian itself publicly agreed it was. It apologized in 2020 after the National Museum of African American History and Culture exhibited a chart with this nonsense, outraging the public. The museum leadership issued a statement saying, "We erred in including the chart, we have removed it, and we apologize." At yesterday's hearing, Director Hartig said the Smithsonian didn't develop the toolkit, but the toolkit was co-authored by half a dozen current and former Smithsonian employees. And Dr. Hartig's museum kept surreptitiously indoctrinating staff with this trash for 3 years after the museum apologized for using it, which shows the promises of reform are written in sand. But wait, there's more. It just so happens that it was Lonnie Bunch who called for these trainings, when he was co-chair of the Excellence in DEI Task Force. This 2022 report by the task force, co-chaired by Secretary Bunch, and which bears his name, calls for staff to receive formal education on DEI and calls for leadership to create training forums. It praises the Mass Action Toolkit as offering, quote, good resources to start this work. But wait, there's more. Lonnie Bunch himself agrees with this racist nonsense. The report calls to, quote, shift leaders and museum professionals away from white-dominant characteristics of perfection, risk aversion, and conflict avoidance, unquote. Does anyone in this committee believe that perfection is a white characteristic? The man who runs the museum apparently does. This insanity has gone on long enough. Once again, I call on Congress to do its duty and take back the Smithsonian from a rogue leadership that now uses it as their own plaything for dangerous ideological games. Loving America is not complicated, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Anderson, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Chairman Stile, Ranking Member Morelli, and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. The National Museum of American History is perhaps the most important museum in America. Yet rather than depicting American history traditionally and conventionally as the glorious and inspiring, though imperfect, story of a nation conceived in liberty, it depicts it as a history of oppressors versus the oppressed, with most traditional American heroes portrayed as oppressors. When not condemning our history, it simply ignores huge swaths of it. As Chairman Stile and Mr. Gonzalez noted, at the museum's dedication, President Johnson said its artifacts should be used to foster patriotism. Director Anthea Hartig seems like a very nice lady. We just met a moment ago in the waiting room. But in marked contrast to Johnson, she has said at the National Museum of American History, we want to reframe the traditional celebratory narrative of U.S. history. She has also spoken of the need to problematize the 250th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence, and as Chairman Stile noted, has opined that loving America is very complicated. Increasingly, the National Museum of American History isn't a museum about American history, but rather about activists' attempts to shape the future. Indeed, Smithsonian Secretary Lonnie Bunch has said museums should be used to inspire new generations of activists. The newer exhibits at the American History Museum are not nuanced, but simplistic, viewing our rich history through the narrow lens of oppression. The exhibits opened under Director Hartig are heavy-handed, artless, agenda-driven, and dumbed down. Worse, they're anti-American, anti-historical, and disunifying. They focus on group identity at the expense of the shared national identity that Lincoln said should be built around a common belief in our founding documents and principles. Further dividing Americans, in the museum's newer displays, every sign in English is paired with one in Spanish. As a result, exhibits are cluttered with words with no additional information conveyed. The museum says little about the colonial period, the American founding, the Louisiana Purchase and Lewis and Clark expedition, the Lincoln-Douglas debates on slavery, the pioneers and settlers of the American West, the Roaring Twenties, the Great Depression, the Cold War, and much else. Instead, it features exhibits on such matters as really big money, which discusses large, almost entirely foreign currency. Here we learn that the tail feather of a male Quetzal bird is 21 inches long, and those living in Mexico and Central America once used Quetzal tail feathers to make payments. In a large exhibit on low-riding culture, we learn, as the song Low Rider plays on a loop, that low riding is more than blinged out cars, it's a way of life. Another exhibit opened during this 250th year of American independence is called Puro Ritmo, the musical journey of salsa. It's actually a close call whether more of the museum's square footage is devoted to salsa music or to the American founding. But salsa is presented a lot more favorably. In the American Democracy exhibit, the museum presents two ways to view our nation's founding. Was it a complete, perfect, sacred event led by a great patriot who, as American children would learn, never told a lie? Presumably not. So that leaves this. Or was it part of a wider, unfinished movement that was deeply imperfect? Across the hall, 1492 to 1776 is referred to as the time of unsettling the continent. Meanwhile, the entire east wing of the second floor, roughly 1/6 of the museum, contains no exhibits whatsoever. It's essentially empty. Visitors can vote with their feet, and many have. The American Alliance of Museums says 2024 attendance at a majority of U.S. museums matched or surpassed pre-COVID levels. But at the American History Museum, according to the Smithsonian's own published statistics, there were 4.1 million visits in 2018, but just 1.8 million in 2025, a 56% drop in visits on Director Hartig's watch. Last fall, John Fonte and I had the chance to interview Ken Burns. When I asked who came off as the greatest hero in his documentary, The American Revolution, Burns replied, "Oh, without a question, it's George Washington. We don't have a country without him." None of that sentiment appears in the newer exhibits at the National Museum of American History. That's because such exhibits aren't designed by old-school liberals, by centrists, or by conservatives. They're designed by woke activists, woke revolutionaries who don't believe in the ideals of the American Revolution. Such activists want to fundamentally transform the nation and are using the museum to that end. China, Iran, or Russia would happily finance such anti-Americanism in our national museums, but they don't have to because American taxpayers are unwittingly footing the bill. It's past time for change of leadership at the Smithsonian. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Blight, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member and members of the committee. It's a rare chance for a lowly historian to be invited to defend his craft before Congress, and it's also a great privilege to sit next to my predecessor as president of the Organization of American Historians, which Anthea Hartig was. As historians, we often dwell in the past. Professionally, we should. In spring 2025, with the President's executive order restoring truth and sanity to American history, and now with the White House report saving America's story, the President has come storming into our work lives with a vengeance, and we welcome the challenge. The President is inherently interwoven with the past, like it or not. The White House now believes it should pronounce on the nature of history and the presentation of the nation's treasures at the Smithsonian. The recent report by the White House Domestic Policy Council is nothing less than a declaration of political war on the historian's profession, as well as on the freedom and curiosity of anyone who reads or visits museums. In other words, President Trump has declared war on free minds and free education. Historians are not voices for the state. We are keepers of memory. At our best, we are storytellers with trained imaginations. That White House Council contains not a single person trained in history, and yet they declare with such certainty what forms of, and these are their words, heritage, destiny, settled truths, and indeed stories that the Smithsonian should, in one of their favorite verbs, instill in the minds of the public. Historians are now fighting back in the interest of scholarly history, well told for the broadest possible public. Ours is a beautiful and ancient craft. It's essential for any society's need for self-understanding. We are equipped with a host of modern methods, but guided ethically by some very old rules that no authoritarian political movement ought to ever be allowed to profane. A historian reads and listens, searches, measures, imagines his or her way into and through all manner of evidence. Facts, sometimes clear and sometimes slanted every which way. We examine and we read and we accumulate and sift and study all these modes of evidence with hopefully empathy and humility. Then we rise from all of our data and our sources and all manner of context, and we fashion it into a story in order to inspire and take our audiences somewhere. And once we get them there, we are bound by our craft to make an argument about why this all happened and why it matters. People often comment about how Trumpism would like to return us to some version of the 1950s when America was deemed great. In this report, they have transparently done exactly that. The report is rooted explicitly in the founding of the National Museum of American History in the Cold War of the 1950s in its dedication speeches and so forth. The founding words and sentiments are quite understandably breathing a kind of rhetoric of Cold War triumphalism. How could it not have? The report offers no context for what might have invoked such expressions. The Soviet achievement of the hydrogen bomb, Sputnik, the Korean War, the Cuban Missile Crisis, the March on Washington, and the assassination of President Kennedy. Had the Domestic Policy Council consulted trained historians, they might have provided such context. They might also have consulted Edward R. Murrow's famous commentary in 1954 on Joseph McCarthy and his assaults on free speech. We can deny our heritage and our history, said Morrow, but we cannot escape responsibility for its results. Erase McCarthyism, and it will come back. Triumphalist history cannot tolerate nuance, ambiguity, complexity, but they are the lifeblood for real historians. Also, in a deep Cold War context, James Baldwin wrote in 1962 in an essay entitled "As Much Truth as One Can Bear," that the problem with the way Americans approach history is that, his words are mostly used to cover the sleeper, but not to wake him up.
Mr. Blight, your time has expired. Your full testimony will be inserted into the record. We thank
Can I
you.
finish that sentence?
But we'll let you
Thank
finish
you.
your sentence.
We do not write woke history, whatever that is, but we do try to awaken citizens. In recent decades, we sowed a wind, and now we're reaping the whirlwind. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Blight. Thank you all for your testimony today. I'll begin questions followed by the ranking member. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes. Director Hartig, do you believe that the American History Museum should be politically neutral?
Yes, sir. I
Do you believe that the American History Museum should advocate for contemporary political or social causes?
No, sir, the American History Museum does not advocate.
Do you think the American History Museum should avoid the appearance of bias?
Absolutely.
Do you believe that one of your roles is connecting research and scholarship to advocacy and activism?
No, sir, I do not.
You want to be clear on this. You don't believe that one of your roles is connecting research and scholarship to activism and advocacy?
I believe perhaps you're quoting from some of my public speeches.
Yeah, 2020 University of California Riverside virtual lecture, which you said that one of your roles is connecting research and scholarship to activism and advocacy. You said that in 2020, and so I just want to be clear on the record that in the video that I watched, this 2020 online, you can watch it on YouTube, everybody at home will put it up for folks. But you're now saying that you don't believe that that is one of your roles. Has your position changed on this topic?
Thank you. I better understand your line of querying. I think what's important for me is that
Not what's, I only have 5 minutes, so I just want to be direct. Just real clear, you just answered my question differently than you answered it 5 years ago, which is positions can change, so I just want to understand. In 2020, did you believe that one of your roles is connecting research and scholarship to activism and advocacy? In 2020, did you believe that?
So one of the roles of an historian
Just
is
yes or no. I mean, in 2020, it was real straightforward. For the record, you said this, so it should be an easy yes. It shouldn't be complicated on my side, but maybe it's complicated on your side. In 2020, I'm not even asking what you believe today. In 2020, did you believe that one of your roles is connecting research and scholarship with advocacy and activism? Yes?
One of the key things a historian does, especially at the National Museum of American History, is to tie threads together.
I'm gonna just note you're filibustering on the answer. You said it, so in 2020 you said it, so I'm gonna assume in 2020 you believed it, unless you said things you don't believe. So in 2025, in 2026, as we sit here today, I'll ask you for the record one additional time. Today, do you believe that one of your roles is connecting research and scholarship to activism and advocacy?
As a historian, I believe that intellectually we can connect those two together, absolutely.
So you think that, so it is one of your roles
As a historian, absolutely. Yeah.
to be an activist?
No, sir. To
One of your
intellect-
roles as a historian is to, go ahead.
One of my roles as a historian and the director of the National Museum of American History is to help connect the long history of activism and advocacy on all topics, from gun rights to identity to immigration. That is a connection that I make.
And do you think that that is important to show that advocacy and activism at the National History Museum?
I believe our work is grounded in rigorous scholarship, and that we often will connect both our objects and 2 million that we share with the American people to the major.
So I'm just trying to help me square this. You think that the American History Museum should not advocate for political or social causes. You just said that. You think it should be politically neutral. But you also are stating that one of your core roles is connecting research and scholarship to activism and advocacy.
One of the core roles.
I mean, do you support activism and advocacy, or do you think your goal at the museum should be neutral?
Our goal at the museum is to educate all Americans and everyone who comes through our door free of charge.
To persuade them
Our goal is to educate them about the history of the United
in
States.
a neutral way?
Absolutely.
Do you think, you noted in your statement that you love America. I love America too. For me, that's not complicated. Do you believe loving America is complicated?
My personal belief is that loving America is not complicated, but as an historian, I can tell you that over time it has been very complicated for many people.
So for you, loving America is not complicated.
It's unconditional.
I appreciate your testimony here today. I yield back. I'll recognize the ranking member for 5 minutes.
Thank you.
I'm not sure my mic is on, sorry. This is the microphone. Don't take this off my 5 minutes. The microphones here are awful. Anyway, thank you, Mr. Chair, for yielding. I want to just, before I get to my question, just make an observation. Mr. Gonzalez talked about George Washington, who I consider the greatest American and set precedents in his presidency. His decision to relinquish his command after the Revolutionary War is some of the greatest acts of not only of history, but set enormous precedents for this country. But you know what? In 1754, George Washington, under his first command, led an ill-fated command that was disastrous, that ended up in defeat and surrender at Fort Necessity. I didn't really learn that until much later in my life. By the way, that didn't change my view of George Washington. It just reminded me that we're all humans, that we have successes and failures, and actually that lets us recognize that we're all multidimensional. By the same token, I think about the dual nature at our founding, and I may get this wrong from memory. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. One of the greatest, Walter Isaacson wrote a book, The Greatest Sentence Ever Written. But the dual nature of it is, while we're talking about rights that are inalienable, given to us by God, our Creator, we still denied them to Black Americans who were enslaved and owned by other people. That at the same time, all of my counterparts, many on both sides, had no rights at all as women. So it's a dual nature. Yes, we celebrate. It's extraordinary. But boy, how could we not call that complicated? I love America unconditionally, but I recognize we have our challenges. That is actually what history is about. And by the way, I think we learn more and do better by our failures and what we learn from them by our successes. That's true in baseball. It's true in legislating. It's true in just about everything. That is the nature of what history teaches us. It's fundamental to what we do. So and by the way, I love my wife unconditionally. I don't always agree with her, shockingly, and I hope she's not watching this because I'll get in trouble. But unconditional love is like that. And our understanding of where we've been and where we should go should be informed by the entire complete history. That's what I love about the Smithsonian. You do something extraordinary, world class, extraordinary. And I'm biased. I'm also biased by the work of Dr. Blight for his incredible biography of Frederick Douglass, who did much of his work in the city of Rochester, New York, for which I'm incredibly proud. But I do want to give you a moment just to clarify to the chairman's question, Dr. Hartig. To be clear, I don't think you said you were promoting social activism. I thought what the point you were trying to make was tying together the elements of our history so that you better understand social activism in all of its forms. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I do want to give you a moment to just fully answer that and at least make me believe if what you were saying is the way I interpret what you said.
Thank you for that opportunity, sir. You are correct. And I think that one of the key roles that the museum can do is to connect those tissues. I would also offer that my words 5 years ago are not museum policy. They're my spoken words, as would any of us be lecturing or sharing comments to audiences. So I think that when you look at the depth of the collection, we started kind of contemporarily collecting all social movements, starting with Dr. King's March on Washington. So we have a phenomenal collection. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't mean to cut you short, but I appreciate that. I cannot ask Dr. Blight a question that doesn't relate to Frederick Douglass. So thank you for your work. And I talked about his connection to Rochester, which I'm incredibly proud of. What would he say about this report that instructs the National Museum of American History which parts of the story it's permitted to tell? Can you channel, having spent so much time on him?
Well, I can try.
And do it in 30 seconds, sorry.
He would cut to the chase. He might go to the middle of his 4th of July speech where he took his audience through a litany of all of the horrors from the hold of a slave ship, through a slave auction, to the slave's experience on plantations, where he, through language and words, made his audience feel that experience in their senses. And then he would say, if you erase this, there is no country left.
Thank you. And I appreciate that, and as I yield back,
But I wasn't able to ask him, I'm not sure.
No, but I think I appreciate your scholarship on the subject, and as I said, we only learn by learning the entire truth, not the parts that make us feel good about ourselves. So anyway, I yield back. Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. The gentlewoman from Florida, Representative Lee, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to our witnesses for being here today. This is indeed an important hearing. I want to start with this. It was said earlier today that President Trump wants our parks and museums to tell an inaccurate story of American history. So I believe it's incumbent upon us to begin by actually thinking about the story of American history and whether what we pursue here today is in fact in any way inaccurate. We've learned that the museum has a number of directives, goals, things that we've heard about this morning, one of which in our materials is the interpretive plan to frame exhibits and curate exhibits, whatever the topic, to include a discussion of things such as race and identity, gender and sexuality, environmental change, immigration, economic inequality. And so I'd like to start with you, Mr. Gonzalez, and get back to the idea of what is an accurate or inaccurate story of American history. Would it be an inaccurate presentation of American history if our museum instead made an effort to present to those who came to see it an interpretation that involved our founding documents like the Declaration of Independence, the Constitution, the separation of powers? Would that be an inaccurate telling of American history to focus on those things?
Representative Lee, no, it wouldn't. I actually agreed with almost everything Representative Morelli said, except until the part you got to the Smithsonian. I think all of history should be presented. The horrors of slavery, the absolute blight that this was in our history, but also the fact that the founders created this system to deal with it, that men marched, you know, to the tune, in the battle hymn of the Republic, saying, as he died to make men holy, let us die to make them free. That inspiring story also needs to be part of the horrors of slavery.
Correct. Not just our failures and our shortcomings, but also the efforts that were made to correct them. And now what about this? Would it also be an important part of American history to celebrate American innovation, enterprise, scientific achievement, and economic opportunity?
Absolutely, yes.
And would it also be an appropriate thing for our institutions and our museums to be focusing on the military service, sacrifice, and defense of freedom that we have seen in our country throughout history?
They should be presented as well, the triumphs, and the curators in the museum should not go out of its way every time to smear every one of these triumphs.
And a note on the curators. I note in your written testimony that one of the things that you presented for our consideration was an assessment of the political party affiliation of museum directors and curators in America. Would it be accurate to say that not just the majority, the vast majority of museum directors, curators, conservators, historians, and administrators are actually Democrats?
Yes, that is a Verdun Lab study which shows quite how much to the left all the professions related to museums are, but it's the job of leadership to guide them, to check their biases. It is, in fact, the leadership of the Smithsonian has been doing exactly the opposite, has been training them not to check their bias, but to act on their biases.
And to your knowledge, is there any objective metric, standard, audit, outside group that is considering the presentation of these exhibits and whether, in fact, bias exists?
Yes, I believe private individuals have tried to do
Private individuals,
exactly
but not within the museum.
Well, the administration did ask the Smithsonian to cooperate with an audit, and the Smithsonian pretty much refused. It refused to hand over the materials that they were that had been asked for. It handed some things, but not to the degree that Rose Vogt at OMB and Vince Haley at the Domestic Policy Council had asked for.
Now, a question for you, Dr. Hartig. Since 2019, you have donated to political advocacy groups and campaigns over 350 times, according to information pulled from the FEC. Is that correct?
Ma'am, I am not here. Oops, is that on? Yeah.
We hear you.
Ma'am, my political beliefs or my political contributions are not relevant to this conversation.
And of these hundreds of donations since you've been leading the museum, have all of them occurred while you were off duty and off of government premises, in your private time?
I adhere completely to the Hatch Act, so the answer is yes.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. Representative Sewell is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank our witnesses for being here today. Our country has a remarkable history of unparalleled accomplishments, not because our past is exempt from injustice, but because the people of this country have remained committed to our founding ideals of liberty, equality, and democracy, despite extraordinary struggles to achieve full rights. No one understands that better than the people of my district, Alabama's 7th Congressional District, which includes the historic cities of Birmingham, Tuscaloosa, my hometown of Selma, Alabama. The valiant efforts of foremothers and forefathers of my district gave rise to the civil rights movement, the voting rights movement. Their protest and direct political action brought this country much closer to living up to its creed of liberty, life, and the pursuit of happiness. Their sacrifices led to the enactment of both the Civil Rights Act of 1964 and the Voting Rights Act of 1965. We're incredibly proud of that, but we also know that this country, according to its own preamble in the Constitution, is in pursuit of a more perfect union. Our founding fathers acknowledged that we were not there, and I think that today we can acknowledge that we're still not there. But I can tell you that the arc of the moral universe does bend towards justice. It just doesn't bend by itself. It takes the courage of Americans to live up to make this nation live up to its highest ideals of equality and justice for all. These are cherished values of America. I, too, love this country unconditionally, but I can tell you that that is hard sometimes when you hear and read about how we treated the 4 founders of this country, who were Indians. When you read about and understand that our history is very complicated. And as historians, I think that the fact of the matter is the Smithsonian and other historians, as Dr. Blight just said, they do an incredible job of trying to tell the truth. And the truth is the whole truth, not just the parts that make us feel good. I'm proud of the work that is being done by the Smithsonian Institute to preserve our nation's history. In my district, I appreciate that the Smithsonian affiliate, the Birmingham Civil Rights Institute, which keeps the stories of Birmingham and the civil rights movement alive for future generations to learn and enrich from. These are important institutions. Now, this administration's crusade to take control of the, quote, American History Museum, I think is not only dangerous, it's perilous. On March 27th, 2025, the President issued his executive order entitled Restoring Truth and Sanity to the American History. However, this administration is not restoring truth and sanity to American history. On the contrary, it's creating an untruth sanitation of American history. Now, Professor Blight, in a guest essay that you published in the New York Times, you mentioned how the White House Domestic Policy Report is not a document about history. It is a product of a racial and political ideology in search of history that no longer bears scrutiny, that no longer bears scrutiny. Can you please expound on that statement a bit more for us? And can you explain why this administration is by tampering with history, is risking a historical record that is not correct?
As in other places in the past where governments and states have tried to control history, what they are really doing is trying to control thought, free speech.
That sounds reminiscent of fascism.
Well, you use that word, that's fine. There have been plenty other examples. What do authoritarian regimes do first? They assault libraries, archives, schools, universities, cultural institutions. This is an old, old record, and we don't have to just go to the 1930s to find it. This hearing, indeed, has the word revisionism in its title. I wonder if you understand what a fat pitch that is for historians. All history is revision. The first revisionist was Herodotus.
Yes.
2,500 years ago. Would you prefer your doctors not to be revisionist? Do you want to go to a pediatrician who's not a revisionist, who hasn't learned anything new since his or her first training? We revise because it's our job. It always will be. Thank you for putting that word in your title.
Thank you for all the work that you do to make sure that this country's history is not just the history of what makes us feel good, but is a complete history of the wonderfulness that is American.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Georgia, Representative Loudermilk is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Very important hearing, more important than a lot of other things that we do up here. Mr. Gonzalez, you mentioned something that Mr. Morelli said, and I agree with, that it's important to reveal all aspects of our past, good, bad, indifferent, and allow individuals to really draw their own inspiration and conclusion of that. Do you agree with that?
Oh, yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Is it possible to reshape, or as the word that we've heard here, reframe, the truth of our past by only highlighting one aspect or displaying one?
The Committee on House Administration will come to order. The title of today's hearing is Oversight of the Smithsonian, Radical Revisionism at the National Museum of American History. I note that a quorum is present without objection. The chair may declare recess at any time. Also without objection, the record will remain open for 5 legislative days, so members may submit any additional materials they wish to be included therein. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes for the purpose of giving an opening statement. America has an incredible story to tell. 250 years ago, our forefathers declared independence from the British Empire, and we won. We launched into world history the first civilization dedicated to the proposition that all men are created equal. Our Constitution established a Republican form of government with checks and balances that protect that proposition. We fought a civil war to preserve our union and finally free those in bondage. Since then, we've revolutionized technology, liberated Europe. We planted the American flag on the moon. The Smithsonian National Museum of American History was established by Congress to champion our story. In 1953, the Smithsonian told Congress the National American History Museum would commemorate our heritage of freedom. At the museum's dedication in 1964, then President Johnson said the museum would foster patriotism. Unfortunately, today, the museum has shifted its focus to political activism. But don't take my word for it. One of our witnesses today, our witness, Dr. Anthea Hartig, the director of the museum. Dr. Hartig, you said history is a prime tool of social justice. You believe your role as a historian is to connect, quote, research and scholarship to activism and advocacy, end quote. Your words. You have said loving America is complicated. Sadly, it's not just rhetoric. You've built that into the museum's exhibits. You built it into the website to convey an ideological narrative that denigrates our founders, diminishes our achievements, and seeks to divide American people. The authors of the Domestic Policy Council report argued that museum visitors should be warned, and they said, quote, the exhibits in this museum were prepared by people who don't want you to love our country, end quote. If you read the full detailed report, as you should, or if you just walk into the museum, it's hard not to agree with that conclusion. But I'll conclude this. It's not only okay to love America, it is great to love America. It's true, our history isn't perfect. We continue to strive to create a more perfect union. But throughout our American history, we have striven, people have died, as our nation continues to move forward to our founding fathers' goals, to create that more perfect union. It does require introspection and honesty, but it also requires gratitude, appreciation, and celebration of how revolutionary the American experience has been and continues to be. The current focus of activism by leadership at the museum undermines that. It's unacceptable that American tax dollars are supporting divisive work. It's time to allow the United States to speak for itself. When it's America that speaks for itself, not the elites or NPR, the world loves America, its success, our uniqueness, its exceptionalism. When the American story speaks for itself without ideological bias, political advocacy, or woke talking points, America is loved and admired. It's time the American History Museum
stories with the American people.
Do you believe it's important to show the entire story, the whole story, to present all sides?
You know, I think especially about the revolution, if I may, we have a dozen exhibitions that include the founding era right now. 368 objects, 340 labels. George Washington is mentioned 54 times. You have to walk by a whole section on George Washington in the Kenneth Baring Hall of Military History to get to a 15-foot tall reproduction of the Declaration of Independence.
My time has expired. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Representative Johnson is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We must all ensure that our history is not rewritten by one political party or an administration. American history belongs to all of us. It belongs to indigenous communities across this country striving for self-determination. It belongs to the abolitionists who challenged slavery, to the suffragists who fought for women's rights to vote, and to the immigrants whose contributions have shaped our nation's greatest achievements, and to so many more. History is not meant to fit a political narrative. A history of a record of who we are and what we continue to strive for, it only belongs to the American people. While American history includes extraordinary achievements, remarkable innovation, and tremendous courage, it is every generation's responsibility to ensure that our nation's darkest chapters are not rewritten, but instead inspire honest discussion, reflection, and a deep commitment to self-correction. Our institutions, museums, archives, and historical records have an obligation to the truth and to ensure that every American understands that this country and what we are inheriting. The promise of America, the promise of freedom, is our willingness to learn from our darkest moments. Right now, we are seeing an unprecedented level of attacks from Republicans and the Trump administration towards independent institutions, challenging historians, educators, archivists, and those who are entrusted to protect our democracy. Beginning in January 2025, with Trump's executive orders that closed diversity offices, promoted language and content changes on government websites, with states like Texas following along, removals of references to Trump's impeachments in the American History Museum, published White House reviews of Smithsonian exhibits, including lists of what it finds objectionable, and lastly, accusations that the American History Museum is denigrating white male Christian history. This administration is obsessed with ideologically influencing historically accurate interpretations of American history. Let me set the record straight. American history should be interpreted, analyzed differently over time, and debated endlessly. The importance of these museums is to invoke a sense of curiosity or debate, and perhaps most importantly, a reckoning of what history means to us, especially when we disagree. But this president has sought to erase from history the contributions and strengths of women, of Black people, of Hispanic people, of indigenous people, and basically imposing a racist sense of historical impact on the evolution of our country. There is a long list of concerns about this administration's executive overreach, but today we're focusing on the American History Museum, and I am deeply offended by some of the comments that some of the panelists have said today. That, for example, Mr. Gonzalez, to imply that the Congress needs to deauthorize the Latino Museum because for it to it will become an incubator of anti-American forces. That is the most outrageous statement I have ever heard by a witness and a panel in this building, that to celebrate the Latino history of this country becomes anti-American. That is ridiculous. And to state that the museums have a Marxist view of the world and restrictive history. That is just not accurate. And I think that your attempts to come into this building and say these statements to the American people is outrageous, and it is offensive on history, and it's offensive on what this proceeding is all about. You know, the reality of it is, this administration doesn't like the fact that history is accurate, is portraying him. You know, he was impeached by the Congress. And that is part of our history. That truth is there. And it's unfortunate that he doesn't like it. You know, Ms. Hartig, I am sorry you're facing such attacks. The American History Museum brings delight to families all across this country. I've taken my own kids there. The exhibits are fantastic. And, you know, it's unfortunate that we're having this attack in this history, but what are the risks to our democracy when historical institutions lose their independence and the public confidence?
Thank you, ma'am. I think that this committee, especially with its oversight duties, which I appreciate greatly, understands intimately that for the last 180 years, the structure of the Smithsonian as an independent agency, you know, dedicated to scholarship, interpretation, education in science and history and the arts, is such that the structure is working. And I think that the fear certainly is that to change that dynamic and to lessen that independence.
Yeah,
not
unfortunately, I
lessen
ran out of time.
Oh,
I agree
sorry,
with you
ma'am.
that the independence is paramount. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields. Representative Griffith is recognized for 5 minutes.
Let me say, Mr. Chairman, from the get-go that I always tell folks I'm for additive history, not subtractive history. Put more out there, not less, but you do need to tell the main story. But before I get into some questions I had on that, Mr. Gonzalez, you were mentioned by name by the previous questioner. Did you want to respond in any way?
Yes, thank you for the opportunity. I agree with Representative Johnson wholeheartedly that history is not meant to fit a political narrative. It is doing that now, and we need to address that, and that's the reason why I welcome this hearing. Thank you for letting me answer.
Absolutely, thank you. Dr. Anderson, I was shocked, quite frankly shocked, and I want you to explain a little bit, if you could, in your written testimony and in your oral testimony. You said the National Museum of American History says little to nothing, or says little to nothing to say about a wide range of major events in American history. The colonial period? They don't have much on the colonial period?
No, sir.
You know, because one of my complaints is that in the murals in the Capitol, they get it wrong. They've got Pocahontas, Mary and John Rolfe after the Pilgrims are landing at Plymouth Rock, and Pocahontas was dead, had gone to Great Britain, got a fever, had a baby, and was dead before the Plymouth Puritans ever showed up. And they don't have any of that discussed in any way that you know, Jamestown and all that was there. And note, I come from the western part of Virginia, but we're still proud of Virginia history. But I probably represent the largest number of descendants of Pocahontas because they moved west.
There's very little. I mean, you really have to hunt for it.
Yeah. You've already talked about the American founding, but the Louisiana Purchase and the explorations by Lewis and Clark, very little on that?
There's one wall, partial wall. That's all I've seen on that. It says next to nothing. And to go back to the founding for a second, Dr. Hartig spoke about how there were a dozen exhibits to deal with the founding. I mean, you could put everything in the museum that's talked about, that mentions the founding, into the rooms that include that feature the lowrider exhibit and the salsa music exhibit, and you'd have space left over. There's very little on the founding. A lot of it is not very colorful or interesting. For example, when even in the exhibit on the price of freedom, I think it's called, about our wars, where it talks about the Revolutionary War, which is a pretty good exhibit, somehow it doesn't even mention the crossing of the Delaware or the winter at Valley Forge, the more colorful aspects, the more stirring aspects of our history.
I bet it doesn't get into Lord Dunmore's war either. That's another story. I'm really concerned about the Lewis and Clark expedition, because while Mr. Smithson's donation was relatively vague, he was what would maybe be referred to at the time as a natural philosopher, a mineralogist, et cetera. And there's not a display on all the different new animals and creatures and things that Lewis and Clark saw when they went west. The first time it was documented for the people in the eastern United States. Are you telling me that's not in there?
Not to my knowledge.
And you talk about the Salsa Museum, and I don't have any problem, or the Salsa display, and I don't have any problem with going through various genres, but you said in your testimony that there's nothing on big bands, jazz, the American Songbook. Is that correct?
Yeah, except for, I mean, there may be a mention or two that would qualify for that in the Entertainment Nation exhibit, but nothing devoted to that in particular.
Because, you know, I think that music traces through and tells a story about American history, whether you're talking about the origins of the banjo, which came over in my district recently. The banjo's not from my district per se, but a lot of influence there. And then I think about the March on Washington. Is there much on the March on Washington there, Dr. Anderson?
I believe there is on the March on Washington.
Okay, do they go through the fact that Peter, Paul, and Mary sang and actually put pictures on their biggest album ever, had pictures of them at the March on Washington? Is that in the music display? I mean, because to me that's a part of that's a big part of the history of the country, and a big part of the history of Washington D.C. was the March on Washington, for so much that it did so much good.
I mean, anything that has anything to do with activism, you can bet is represented. I mean, when you first walk into the museum from the National Mall side, which until recently was closed, the first thing you encounter, the only thing you encounter in the open space there is wall panels talking about activism.
Yeah, in history, so I was disturbed to hear about the Quetzal as a birder. I think it's a fabulous bird. I think that the natural science folks ought to have that, but they ought not have it necessarily in a money display in the American Museum, the History Museum for America. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Representative Murphy is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, when I was prefaced with this, the subject matter of this hearing, I kind of said, really, are we really doing this? And then when you get to read it, I just become enraged. Why you guys feel that it is your political, or that is your personal arena to have your political beliefs espoused upon the American people in the guise that it is objective American history is beyond me. You know, I've been a surgeon my entire life, and we don't revise things, we adapt. We don't make up the spleen as being a different organ, by the way. Why people do this, I don't know. You know, I was on a board for my college, and the president of that college decided it was her particular mission to turn a balanced college into her political playground. Sadly enough, she's now the president of the National Trust for Historic Preservation, so God only knows what's going to happen with this. It is just beyond me why you feel you have the right to make your political opinions history. And you can't understand that your job is to present balance to the American people. Your job is not to be an activist. I don't understand that. I don't understand that. And how you can sit there and tell us that you're not doing this in any manner that you're trying to be truthful is beyond me. I don't understand that. I just don't have that type of calculus in my brain. What you're doing, the examples that you see time and time again, there are absolute political activism. You're not trying to tell a balanced story of America. You're trying to tell it from a leftist, progressive viewpoint. Period. Period. Mr. Blight, you know, I was looking at your CV. You've written a lot on slavery. Who was the first person to own a slave in the United States?
The first person?
The first person to legally own a slave in the United States.
I'm not sure I can give you a name.
Well, you should know
right?
this. You're the scholar that has researched all this. Anthony Johnson. Why would you not know that?
Oh, I know about Anthony Johnson.
Have you ever written on him? I don't think you have.
Excuse
I
me.
looked up, and I don't think you have. I don't know why not.
Well,
if we're going to tell a real history...
Anthony Johnson is in a textbook I'm a co-author on, so I have read about him.
If we're going to tell real history
Yeah.
and not be revisionist, you said we aren't woke, we want to awaken. Well, they held me the same damn thing. Give me a break. I just, beyond me, I don't understand this. And Ms. Hartig, you said you want us to do research, but you've removed, is my understanding, did you remove rigorous research from the mission statement of the American History Museum? That's what I have down here. Yes or no? Not hard.
When I came to the museum in 2019, we started on a new strategic plan.
All right, so you removed rigorous research, which is what we're supposed to do, and rigorous
Well, we
research,
believe in
at least in
rigorous
my field, is something that's balanced. Sadly enough, we even have now the pollution of wokeism in medicine. One of the former heads of the Smithsonian is now the head of the AAMC, and he's decided it's his political mission to poison medical school, where people's lives are at stake. They're not writing little storybooks. They're not writing little history books. It's people's lives are at stake. where political activism has to be. So you talked about gun rights earlier. Is there, there's an exhibit talking about the ills of guns. Is there one about gun rights?
I'm not aware of an exhibit talking about the ills of guns, sir. We hold the National Armament Collection and Gun Collection. I'd be honored
Yeah.
to give you a tour.
No,
we
honestly,
have
guys,
George
I'd have to
Washington's
take a
sword
lot
on
of Phenergan
display.
before I went on a tour of this place,
So
given
we'd
what
be
I've
honored
had.
to have you, sir.
I don't understand why you guys in your academic circles, look, I've been in academics and I'm not a dummy, why you feel you have to, yeah, I know, that's why I brought it up, but he didn't admit it. But anyway, why you feel you have to be politically active in this. Can you honestly say right in front of this whole committee and to the American public that what you're doing in your museum is not political activism?
Sir,
Yes or no?
I can honestly say to the American people and to this august committee that I am not engaged in political activism.
Well,
I am
the
historian.
absolute facts smack us in the face otherwise. And I would agree with Mr. Gonzalez. Something needs, some rebalancing needs to occur. And we don't need political activists in charge of this nonsense. And yes, there are certain books that are not right for kids to have. And that's not burning books, that's not suppressing the press, it's not suppressing free speech. It's called being an adult and actually trying to make sure that our kids get the right material and we don't pollute their minds too early. Mr. Chairman, I'll yield back.
Gentleman yields. Representative Bice is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to all of the witnesses for being here this morning. Dr. Hartig, I think I'm bothered by the fact that you don't recognize that there's a problem. You think that the exhibits that you're putting forward in the museum are wholly acceptable, even though you're being questioned about many of them. I want to read a statement, actually a comment, that was posted on an AP article about your testimony yesterday to the Oversight Committee. This is user man5312, and the comment is this: interesting timing related to this article. I took my family to Washington, D.C. a week ago, and we spent 3 hours at this particular museum. We can attest that it was very engaging, but there were times when we had to chuckle at some of the overt attempts to engage and shine light on the personal failings of the founding fathers. Basically, overcorrections in both subtle and obtuse ways. As a common sense person, we could clearly see the hand of liberal politics at work. So to claim that executive leadership is focused on delivering an unbiased presentation, my family would disagree. This is not a committee, a partisan committee. This is somebody that has been to your museum in the last couple of weeks and has pointed out the failings of some of the exhibits that you claim to be unbiased on. Director, yesterday you refused to answer a question from my colleague about whether or not you think it is appropriate for the museum to display sexually suggestive imagery near youth content. I want to give you another chance to answer that question. Is it appropriate to house this type of material near youth content, yes or no? Material near youth content. Is this appropriate?
So
The answer is yes or no.
I understand your question, ma'am. So
And what and your response is?
especially the issue of gender.
So
and
you
trans-
can't answer the question.
I can absolutely answer the question.
It's
The
a yes or no
issue-
answer.
The issue of gender is at the front of many Americans today.
Sexually explicit material should never be near youth content. The answer should be no.
Ma'am,
The Smithsonian has hosted drag shows with some specifically targeted intellectual disabilities in the past. Were you engaged in the planning of any of this programming? Yes or no?
we have not held, to the best of my knowledge, at the National Museum of
So no.
American History, a drag, what was it, a drag show, a drag story time? What were you asking me?
It was a drag show. Are you saying yes or no? Okay, let me move on. I'm limited in time. Yesterday, you told the committee that you needed to consult with your general counsel about 603 processes. This is a review process that you go through for individual exhibits. Why can't you be transparent, not only with the committee here, but with your own board about what the 603 process is and how many exhibits you have reviewed and how many that you have actually revised content for? Why are you unwilling to give us that information?
Oh, ma'am, I'm very willing. Would you like me to proceed?
I would like you to answer why you need a general counsel to review that before you provide that information to your own board.
So, ma'am, I believe yesterday that I shared kind of the quick outlines of the 603 process, and I'm happy to go into them again.
I would like you to submit to this committee a list of all of the 603 reviews that have happened in the past 2 years of all of the exhibits in your museum and the revisions that have been made to any of the exhibits per the requirements of the 603 review.
Absolutely, ma'am. We adhered to the 603 process that was outlined first in 1995, revised in 2021.
Which is why I'm confused as to why the answer to your question yesterday would not have been, sure, I'm happy to provide that information, rather than, no, I need to get my general counsel, legal, to look at the information before I provide it to the board or to a committee.
To the Board of Regents or to the committee?
The board that oversees your museum
The board that oversees my museum
has asked you for the 603 process and has been unable to get that information. Lastly, I just want to say the OIG recommended tightening committee procedures and mandatory periodic training for personnel involved in content development. Have you instituted that change?
Are you speaking of the June 30th?
That is
IG's
correct.
report, ma'am? Yes.
I would like a list of the changes that have been implemented based on that OIG's recommendation report.
We're happy to get back to you, ma'am.
Thank you. And with that, I yield, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields. Representative Carey is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank the ranking member, and I'm delighted to have all of you witnesses here today. And there's a wonderful book that's out. It's called Strength to Strength. If you ever have the opportunity, as somebody that enjoys history and studies history, vice chair of or co-chair of the Humanities Caucus, one of the interesting points is the two professions that actually reach their zenith after the normal between 40-year limit is actually historians and college professors. So I take great pride in that fact as a novel historist myself. Just a couple things. First off, welcome to Jenkins Hill, which was originally Carroll Hill because it was owned by the Carroll, and then we later changed it, L'Enfant, to what is now Capitol Hill. But just a few things that I was looking through the testimony, and unfortunately we had to miss part of this because we're in the Ways and Means Committee. I do want to touch on just a couple things, and then I'm going to ask some questions to you, Doctor, regarding some of your statements. According to the Domestic Policy Council's report, in June 2024 presentation to undergraduate and graduate history students, you explained that the museum removed the phrase, quote, end of quote, American history from the mission statement in order to help people, and quote, and then end of quote, to get out of the American first mentality, end of quote, adding it's a big challenge, especially going into 2026, which will be the 250th anniversary of the signing of the Declaration of Independence. Now, we'll touch on that in just a minute. Now, if I'm not mistaken, the goal of the museum, the American history was opened obviously in 1964, but the goal of the museum was to showcase Americans' heritage of freedom, install faith in our country's destiny, illuminate our heritage, and promise an inspiring story for the nation. I'm going to read just a few quotes and paraphrase some of them. One that is often, because I do believe that we have a rush to an Orwellian justification of the history today, but one of the often misquoted but often related to, the most effective way to destroy people is to deny and obliterate their own understanding of their history. This is a direct quote, of course, from Orwell. Every record has been destroyed or falsified. Every book has been rewritten. Every picture has been repainted. Every statue, street, building has been renamed. Every date has been altered. And that process is continuing day by day and minute by minute. History has stopped. Nothing exists except the endless present in which the party is always right. And also in 1984, quoting Orwell, and I quote, "The past was erased and ensure was forgotten, and the lie became the truth. Also, Orwell, in his writings Facing the Unpleasant Facts, wrote, and I quote, "However much you deny the truth does go on in existing." So in your statement, I just want you to maybe in 2 words, because I'm running out of time, what did you mean by America first? Okay, I'm going to just go ahead.
No,
You don't
I'm
want to
sorry.
answer, but I'm
No,
going to give
I'm
you
just
5
trying-
seconds.
Thank you, sir. I'm happy
What
to
time
answer.
period?
I'm happy to answer. I would argue that the American History Museum,
Okay, you didn't answer my question, so I'm going to reclaim my time.
anecdote
Reclaiming
to
my time, Mr.
Orwell.
Chairman. I am reclaiming my time because you don't want to answer the question. I just want to know, are you referring to the American First time period as related to the early 1900s when it was actually a very liberal movement, or are you talking about when Warren McKinley used it as his mantra? Are we talking about Ronald Reagan, or are we just focusing on the now? What time period are you looking at in the American First that you're trying to make sure is not part of the 250th anniversary?
I believe I was saying to open the aperture of inquiry, to examine the richness.
Well, that's not what you said. No. You said, this is what you said. Get out of the American First mentality. What is the American First mentality? Enlighten me.
So the revolution was a global one, and I think the more we add nuance.
So wait a minute, to that point, you said it's global. Now, let's focus on that, because it was Jefferson who actually wrote in his inauguration, he said in his first inaugural address that the United States was the world's best hope. The world's, you're correct. It is the world's best hope. Lincoln, who then liked to paraphrase Jefferson, as you would know, in the Declaration, giving liberty not alone to the people of this country, but to the world for all future time. So let me go back to my original questions. Why do you think that American history should be erased from the mission statement of the National American History Museum? In 3 seconds. I'm over. Well, with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Representative Miller of Illinois is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Stile, for holding this important hearing to examine how the Smithsonian Institution has abandoned its mission to remain unbiased in preserving and telling our proud American history. Each year, approximately 4 million people walk through the doors of the National Museum of American History. Instead of inspiring pride in our nation, the museum teaches visitors to be ashamed of their history and to hate the institutions that made America the greatest country on earth. The museum portrays our founding fathers as villains and not as courageous and heroic leaders who sacrificed everything. Instead, the museum condemns them rather than celebrating the indispensable role they played in securing our independence. We know this is a deliberate agenda. Most recently, the museum has decided to fill its exhibits with sexually explicit content by displaying drag queens and nude women on magazine covers. It even featured a diary in which a little girl writes, and I quote, "I pray to God every night for my penis to grow. I know it won't, but I still pray." Families bring their children to the Smithsonian expecting a lesson on American history. Instead, they're confronted with this indecency. Who honestly believes that this belongs in a museum of American history? Nobody. Yesterday, Director Hartig, you testified before a separate committee in the House and were questioned about sexually explicit material on display at the museum in a former exhibit titled "Girlhood is Complicated." Twice, you told members of Congress that the exhibit was never designed for children. Yet in a video you published online when the exhibit first opened, you explicitly say, and I quote, "We look forward to welcoming girls and boys to this exhibition." Okay, we have a clip here, video clip.
Without objection.
Okay, is it going to play?
I'm not sure without objection. I think I object because I think we have tried to have videos played here in committee before and been denied the opportunity to do it, so I do object.
We'll suspend.
We have tried to play videos in the past.
Can you stop my clock?
We'll suspend. Clock stop.
Didn't I try to do this before?
The objection is withdrawn. The video will be played in the clock will restart. Is there sound on your video? The committee will suspend. We'll give 1 moment here to see if we can work the tech out. All right. Members' objection. I say in jest. Technical difficulties. The video can be inserted into the record. We'll hold the clock for you.
Okay, thank you. Continuing on, well, obviously, there's explicit video to prove that you welcome children to an exhibit that features sexually explicit material. I cannot even imagine why you would do that. Does it make sense to you that sexual material would be on display in the National Museum of American History in the first place?
Thank you, ma'am. So just a quick bit on the policy of the museum, please. So we encourage
just answer my question.
I shall. We encourage parents and caregivers to engage with content and topics they feel appropriate for their children. And all children under 18 who come to the museum need to be accompanied by an adult.
Okay, that's not answering my question. You actually welcomed children to an exhibit with sexually explicit material. And so
Correct.
along
And that
those lines,
exhibit,
can you tell us what a
girlhood-
crotch harness is? We brought a picture.
So-
Tell the audience what a crotch harness is.
So, ma'am, if I may answer your question about girlhood, it's complicated. And the questions that you had.
No, just
it was
tell us now.
designed-
I'm moving on. What is a crotch harness? You chose to make a display of it.
Girlhood, It's Complicated was designed to
Okay,
help
you
celebrate
approved
the
the
centennial.
display of a crotch harness in a public museum. You chose to display the fetish attire of a very small subset of Americans with weird sexual proclivities, and you welcome children to these exhibits.
So,
Millions of
ma'am, if I
American
can answer
families
your
and
question?
school children visit your taxpayer-funded museum every year, coming to learn about the nation's history. They deserve a straightforward explanation for why they are being exposed to this kind of garbage. Okay, the American History Museum educational material asserts that there are more than 2 genders and imply that biological males should be permitted to compete in women's sports. I don't know why or on what scientific basis the museum decided to approve that material. Yesterday, you could not answer the question, can a man become a woman? You've been able to sleep on it. Can you tell us, can a man become a woman?
So to answer your question about the two-piece garment, that is to your
You
right.
slept all night.
It was
Can a man
in an
become a woman?
exhibition
Answer the
called Illegal
question.
to Be
You have decided to put
closed
up
in
exhibits
2021, ma'am,
that
explored
feature
gay liberation since
trans
Stonewall.
agenda. Okay, tell
In
us.
that small exhibit that closed in 2021, where that two-piece garment was presented, was entitled Illegal to Be You, Gay Liberation Since Stonewall.
So
Of
are
all
you
the
saying
people who
that
came
topics
by-
on sexuality are suitable for kids?
All the people who came by
And they
that
come to
display
learn
case,
about
no
American
one complained.
history. They come to learn about the most free, prosperous, stable, and benevolent nation in the history of the world. They come to learn about American exceptionalism. And I yield my time.
The gentlewoman yields back. This concludes our questions. We thank all of our witnesses for appearing before us today. Members of the committee may have some additional questions, and we ask that you please respond to those questions in writing. Without objection, each member will have 5 legislative days to insert additional materials into the record or to revise and extend their remarks. There being no further business, I thank the members for their participation. Without objection, the committee stands adjourned.
Government efficiencies will come to order. I want to welcome everyone. Without objection, the chair may declare a recess at any time, and I recognize myself for the purpose of making an opening statement. Before I do so, I'm probably out of order here, but I have some friends of mine from the Tennessee State Senate. I've spent 12 years in that body, and they actually do a lot of great things for the great state of Tennessee. So thank you all, gentlemen and lady, for being here. You're very welcome. Good morning. We're here to find out about how a once proud American institution fell victim to ideological capture and how to rescue it. The Smithsonian Institution's National Museum of American History was opened in 1964 to instill in Americans and foreign visitors alike an appreciation of this nation's distinctive heritage and to celebrate its singular story as a beacon of freedom and opportunity. But the museum has strayed, I believe, from the original purpose for which it exists and receives federal taxpayer support. I feel like it's become infected by a woke ideology that's seeped into public displays, educational materials, and planning documents. The American story is the birth and growth of a great nation founded on powerful ideals on which we aim to fully achieve. But in the museum's current telling, history is just an ongoing power struggle between oppressors and the oppressed. Only the oppressed are celebrated, especially illegal immigrants. The museum promotes educational curricula that recommends teachers to avoid using the terms illegal alien and illegal immigrant, while instructing them how to use the terms gender fluidity and gender nonconforming. It hosts staff discussion groups on how museums can be used to foster social action against white privilege and heteropatriarchy. A museum display even accuses Mickey Mouse of having racist origins. The many examples of politicization of the museum are well documented in the comprehensive report the White House Domestic Policy Council recently issued on July 4th, the nation's 250th anniversary. The report makes clear that the museum's woke exhibits and materials reflect a broader vision held by the museum leadership, particularly its director, Dr. Anthea Hartig, who is here today with us. Dr. Hartig proudly takes credit for changing the museum's mission statement, which no longer uses the term American history or refers to the infinite richness of that history. The museum is now guided by an interpretive plan that ensures all topics focus on the core issues of our time. And do we want to guess what they are? Race and identity, gender and sexuality, environmental change, immigration and migrations, and economic inequality top the list. Also, a Center for Restorative Justice at the museum, created under Dr. Hartig's watch, hosted a decolonization working group to investigate historical harms that result in ongoing systematic oppression. To remove any doubt about her intentions, Dr. Hartig, in her own words, states that she views history as a prime tool of social justice. Here's a brief telling video. The director of Museum of American History, in her public remarks, repeatedly implies Americans are illegitimately occupying their own country.
Before we begin, let us pause to acknowledge with gratitude the Native peoples on whose land we gather today. These are the ancestral homelands of the Piscataway people, joined by the Nacotchtank and the Paumanki tribes, and of course their descendants. We acknowledge the Native peoples more broadly of the Americas. Wherever you are, at this moment, give thanks to the first people on whose land we live, love, struggle, and work. At this moment, give thanks to the first peoples on whose land we're honored to live, love, struggle, and work. Wherever we're viewing this, let us acknowledge and give our respect and gratitude to Native peoples for the opportunity to work and live in their territories. Wherever we are today, let us acknowledge and give our respect and gratitude for the opportunity to work and live in their territories. And we're deeply grateful and want to acknowledge and give our respects and gratitude to them and to their ancestors for the opportunity to work in this territory. Let us join in acknowledging the layered complexities of our place, give our respect and gratitude to Native local peoples and the opportunity to live and to work and to study in their territories. So wherever you are at this moment, give thanks to the first peoples on whose land we're honored to live, love, struggle, work, preserve, care, and do our work. We give our respect and our gratitude to all of them for the opportunity to work and to live in their territories.
With that, I yield to Ranking Member Stansbury for opening remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Today, we are here because one of the greatest cultural and historical institutions in the world is under attack and is the target of an ongoing campaign to politicize America's independent scientific and cultural institutions by this administration. Let me be clear. The Smithsonian Institution does not belong to the president. It does not belong to a political party. It belongs to the American people. For nearly 180 years, the Smithsonian has served as our nation's museum, our nation's research institution, and our nation's archive. It preserves more than 150 million artifacts and specimens. It welcomes millions of visitors every year from every single congressional district represented by the people in this room. It supports world-class scientific research. It educates future generations of American leaders, and it tells the story of who we are as a people, as Americans. A story that is not perfect. A story that is steeped in, yes, history, tradition, pain, and triumph. That has always been the Smithsonian's mission, to preserve our history, to advance knowledge, and to help the American people understand ourselves using evidence, scholarship, science, and the truth. The mission has never depended on whether history is convenient, whether it's comfortable, or whether you like it or not. It has always depended on whether or not history is accurate. But what we have seen since January of last year, when the Trump administration took office, is that this administration has launched an unprecedented effort to interfere in how American history is told, researched, interpreted, presented, and taught, not just in the Smithsonian, but in our schools, in our institutes of higher education, and through and across the federal government. In March of last year, the president signed an executive order called Restoring Truth and Sanity to American History, directing the administration to review the exhibit of our beloved museums and federal historic sites and monuments for what it characterized as improper ideology. If that does not send a chill through your spine, I do not know what does. And they assigned the vice president, J.D. Vance, because of his assigned role as the vice president, as the Board of Regents, for the responsibility of advancing these objectives. But I want to be clear, this order wasn't simply about exhibits. It was about exercising political control over historical scholarship. And what we saw earlier this month, which was just referenced by the chairman, is that this White House issued a 162-page report attacking the Smithsonian American history, accusing museum leadership of extreme political activism, and calls for sweeping changes, calling out individual leaders by name. That is not policy, that is a political witch hunt. The federal government is responsible for overseeing this independent institution, and this should concern every single member of this committee, regardless of party, because when politicians begin deciding what facts are acceptable, scholarship ceases to be scholarship, it becomes propaganda. Now, we have seen this throughout American history. A lot of people are talking about the roots of what is happening in this country right now is existing in other countries, in other places, in other authoritarian governments, but we have seen this here in America with the Lost Cause in the 1920s and the attempt to rewrite American history and to whitewash the Confederacy and slavery. We saw this in McCarthyism here in this country when a president and a Congress went after American historians, actors, and cultural institutions to rewrite the history of this country. We have seen it during this administration as they had frozen grant funding to institutions across the country. They have erased the history of our American service members on DOD websites, erasing the contributions of Black, of Hispanic, of Native American, of women, of LGBTQ plus people who have served this great nation in the uniform. Now, history, if you are a student of history, which is what the Smithsonian is all about, teaches us why this is so dangerous. And I do not think that it is a mistake that the majority's witnesses in front of us, in addition to the director, are associated with the architecture of Project 2025. Because it was articulated in that document, and the institutions and the individuals who are sitting in the White House right now making these decisions, that they want to rewrite the history of this country and take away the resources and leadership of people who have fought, marched, and served this country for generations so that they could lead in this moment and keep moving our country forward. And they understand that when you remove books, when you rewrite textbooks, when you pressure museums, when you silence scholars, you can do so to articulate power. Now, this is why today I am introducing the Smithsonian Integrity and Historical Independence Act. It bars any federal official, including those in the White House who are trying to do this, from trying to interfere in the independent institutions of this country and the historic interpretation of our nation's history. And it reasserts our congressional authority over this independent agency. Now, we have seen this over and over again during this administration, that they are trying to take over the independent entities and to assert executive control that even the Supreme Court just ruled a few weeks ago they do not have with the Federal Reserve. And once again, they are trying to do it again here in the Smithsonian. But I want to be clear, we will fight, we will stop them, we will push back in the courts, we will push back here in Congress, and we will push back in our communities all across the country, and we refuse to let historians, artists, scholars, and people who love these institutions with their entire hearts to be punished by an administration that is trying to exercise political history, political control, and rewrite American history. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I will yield back, but I am disappointed after all of the bipartisan work that we have done in this committee to see this subcommittee used once again as a political tool for this administration. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you for your heartfelt comments. Without objection, Representative Carlos Jimenez of Florida, Mr. Frost of Florida, my buddy Kwasi Mafumi of Maryland, and Ariana Presley of Massachusetts are waived on the subcommittee for the purpose of questioning witnesses to today's hearing, and others might come in as well. Today I'd like to welcome our witnesses. First, we have Dr. Anthea Hartig. Dr. Hartig serves as the director of the National Museum of American History at the Smithsonian Institution. Next, we have Mike Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez serves as the Pluribus Unum Senior Fellow for the Catherine and Shelby Cullum Davis Institute for National Security and Foreign Policy at the Heritage Foundation. Next, we have Dr. Matthew Spalding. Dr. Spalding serves as the Kirby Professor in Constitutional Government and Dean of the Van Andel Graduate School of Government at Hillsdale College's Washington, D.C. campus. Last, we have Dr. David Blight. Dr. Blight serves as Sterling Professor of History at Yale University. And I thank you all for joining us, and I look forward to your testimony. Pursuant to Committee Rule 9G, the witnesses will please stand and raise their right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Let the record show the witness has answered in the affirmative, and thank y'all. Y'all may take a seat. We appreciate y'all being here today and look forward to your testimony. Let me remind the witnesses that we have read your written statement, and it will appear in the full hearing record. Please limit your oral statements to 5 minutes. If you go over, I'll tap the mic, tap the gavel so you'll know. As a reminder, please press the button on the microphone in front of you so that it is on and the members can hear you. When you begin to speak, the light in front of you will turn green. After 4 minutes, the light will turn yellow. When the red light comes on, your 5 minutes have expired, and we would like you to please wrap it up. I now recognize Dr. Hartig for her opening statement. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Chairman Burchett, Ranking Member Stansbury, and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I know this committee has questions about the National Museum of American History, and I welcome the chance to answer them. As an historian, I have spent my career studying, teaching, and preserving the history of the United States. My family has served this nation since the Revolutionary War, and I was raised with a deep sense of obligation to it and the democratic ideals that the country asks each generation to build and to uphold. Since 2019, I have been honored to serve as the Elizabeth MacMillan Director of your National Museum of American History, home of the Star-Spangled Banner. It is a true honor to serve alongside my devoted fellow public servants who staff the museum, and I am immensely proud of our work. Congress created the Smithsonian Institution in 1846 with an aspirational mission of diffusion in knowledge. Can you imagine the increase in diffusion of knowledge? It is an independent trust instrumentality outside the executive branch of government and is governed by a board of regents that includes all 3 branches of government and 9 citizen regents appointed by a joint resolution of Congress. The Smithsonian takes the concerns raised in the White House Domestic Policy Council's report seriously, and as we continue to fact-check the report, we unwaveringly attest that it does not fairly or accurately characterize the full body of work at the museum. There is always room for improvement, But I also know the beauty and the inspiration and the expertise that lies in our collections, our exhibits, and our programming. When a family walks through the doors of the museum free of charge, as 2 million people did last year, they find the desk on which Thomas Jefferson drafted the Declaration of Independence, Horatio Greenhour's magnificent statue of George Washington, Abraham Lincoln's top hat from the night he was assassinated, the Greensboro lunch counter, the gowns of the first ladies, and the stories of Americans in uniform. They find the inventions that changed the world and the ordinary Americans who built it. I have watched 10-year-olds with their families stand in front of the Star-Spangled Banner with their hands over their hearts. No one told them to. That is the National Museum of American History at its most powerful. Patriotism, not instructed, but inspired. Our work is governed by the Smithsonian standards of scholarship, accuracy, independence, and nonpartisanship. The museum does not take sides in America's political debates. We preserve and document the evidence of American life in all of its breadth, so that the public can encounter the past and draw their own conclusions. We are also always learning when visitors, scholars, members of Congress, veterans, and teachers, volunteers tell us we've gotten something wrong or only half right. We take it seriously, and we make the changes when the evidence supports them. And when historians talk about reframing a traditional narrative, we don't mean erasing it. We mean adding the evidence, the voices, the objects that earlier tellings left out, so that more Americans can see themselves reflected in the national story. We honor the Declaration, the Revolution, the Constitution, our national symbols, and we tell the truth about the times that the country fell short of its own founding ideals. Telling our story fully is a form of respect for the American people and a commitment to constantly being in pursuit of a more perfect union. I hope that you will judge this museum the way that the American people do, by what's on its walls and what's in its care. Please accept our sincere invitation. Walk the building with me. Stand in awe in front of the Star-Spangled Banner. I believe what you will find, mesdames and sirs, is not an institution that has forgotten its country, but one that loves it enough to tell the full sweep of history, our triumphs and our struggles. I love the United States of America. I consider it the privilege of my career to help preserve its treasures and serve the American people. I'm grateful for the chance to answer your questions today. Thank you.
Thank you. I now recognize Mr. Gonzalez for his opening statement.
Chairman, Ranking Member, members of this committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify. Following Election Day 2024, Thomas Frank published an op-ed in the New York Times, suitably titled, "The Elites Had It Coming." Here's what Frank, who's a liberal, wrote. Everyone has a moment when he first realized that Donald Trump might well return, and here is mine. It was back in March, during a visit to the Smithsonian's National Portrait Gallery, when I happened to read a text beside an old painting. It described the westward advance of the United States as settler colonialism. I knew instantly where this nation was going. Some curator at one of our most exalted institutions had decided to use morally loaded academic keyword to address a visitor to the museum, say a family from the Midwest, and teach them a lesson about American wickedness, unquote. Teaching lessons about American wickedness is now the mission of the Smithsonian. It is the intent of the leadership, and it is precisely what they trained the staff to do. Secretary Lonnie Bunch III, Anthea Hartig, the director of the National Museum of American History and one of today's witnesses, and other museum leaders have commandeered the world's largest museum complex and admit that they intend to use it as a tool of societal transformation. This is not why Americans entrusted these institutions to them. Culture is not passed in the bloodstream. National museums are repositories of a nation's collective inheritance so that it can be transmitted to future generations. However, the Smithsonian's leadership has subverted this mission. Under Dr. Hartig, the History Museum has erased 2 words from the mission statement. The first is history itself. The word history had to go because Dr. Hartig preferred the museum to be, quote, very future-facing. The other word that disappeared in the new mission statement was America itself. Director Hartig said the term America should include, quote, the entirety of the Americas, not just our part of North America. She also said that loving America is complicated. Dr. Hartig, the director of the National Museum of American History, has deconstructed the museum's mission statement to borrow terms of the postmodernists who clearly guide her work. We're here today, as you said, because on July 4th, the White House released a devastating report focusing on Anthea Hartig's museum and the agenda that she pushes. Read the report and you will find that it is not just postmodernism that guides the leadership. To see the world in terms of power dynamics, who has dominance, and how to wrest it from them by dismantling the American narrative. This is deeply Marxist and Gramscian. In fact, the action toolkit that leadership used to indoctrinate staff at the Smithsonian for years even quotes approvingly from the works of the Frankfurt School's critical theorist, Herbert Marcuse. You can understand why Bunch began his tenure by tying the institution to two ideological and destructive movements, the 1619 Project and Black Lives Matter. BLM's main leader had made clear in 2019 that the group's goal was to, quote, keep dismantling the organizing principle of this society, unquote. Yet, in July 2020, as the country was burning, Lonnie Bunch wrote that he saw a moment of promise and possibility. Bunch said that the Smithsonian would legitimize the 1619 Project, except that historians from both sides of the spectrum decried the shoddy scholarship and inaccuracies of the 1619 Project. For ideological reasons, Lonnie Bunch put the Smithsonian's reputation at serious risk, and Director Hartig endorsed all of it, pledging to, quote, work to reframe the traditional celebratory narrative of U.S. history, unquote, to force a, quote, national reckoning. National reckoning from a history museum? This erasure of American culture must end now. As Stanley Kurtz wrote last week, you can say that the economy and foreign policy are more important than these cultural battles. Over the long haul, however, that is simply not true, unquote. You need to clean house and relieve all Smithsonian leadership of their duties. Also, authorize the yet-to-be-built Latino and women's museums, which will no doubt become two more incubators of anti-American grievances. We can see this in the precursor exhibits that they've had. Loving America is not complicated. Dr. Hartig is wrong. I implore you to do your jobs. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Spalding.
Thank you, Chairman Burchett, Ranking Member Stansbury, members of the committee. The National Museum of American History is one of the country's greatest treasures. It contains some of the most iconic artifacts of American history: Jefferson's writing desk, Washington's uniform, the great American flag that inspired the national anthem. But it no longer provides the story that makes those objects intelligible. Indeed, the National Museum of American History is no longer the nation's museum of American history. The White House Domestic Policy Report, Saving America's Story, catalogs in great detail, over 160 pages and 522 footnotes, the many controversial and objectionable displays at the museum, but those details are evidence of a larger transgression. The real crime here, premeditated and followed through, is that America's story, the well-established narrative of main characters and key events long at the center of American self-understanding, has been so reframed, jettisoned, decentered, deconstructed, and problematized that it no longer exists in any recognizable form. America's story has been replaced by an altogether new and controversial approach, defined by postmodern theories that see history as processes of oppressive power struggles, and use history as a tool to encourage social transformation. Now, that might be an interesting abstract discourse for the faculty lounge, but it shouldn't be the rubric for the nation's Smithsonian Museum. The report concludes, rightly in my opinion, that the museum has become subject to institutional capture. That is the big picture, the forest we should not miss for all the trees. But don't take my word for it. The current director has said that at the National Museum of American History, we work to reframe the traditional celebratory narrative of U.S. history. The Center for Restorative History at the museum describes its work as systemic intervention intended to transform the national historical narrative and restructure institutional priorities. The museum's mission has been changed. Its previous mission was to explore the infinite richness and complexity of American history, to help people understand the past. Its new mission is to empower people to create a more just and compassionate future by exploring the complexity of our past. As was noted, American and history are both gone, replaced by our past, and understanding is replaced by empowerment. This is not a history based on established facts and known reality. Indeed, it is not history at all. This is the very definition of an ideology, a systematic framework for interpreting society, challenging the social order, and instigating political and social action. This is not the purpose of the National Museum of American History. It is not the mission of the Smithsonian. It is not Congress's legislative intent. And it is not what taxpayers should be subsidizing to the tune of $1 billion a year. A National Museum of American History should tell the American national story. It should present the facts of history, what actually happened, as accurately as possible and with minimal present-day bias. Americans' history belongs neither to liberals nor conservatives. It belongs, as was noted, to the American people. It should be told, warts and all, so that visitors understand the basic chronological narrative and see how the nation got to where it is today. Nothing integral to that history should be erased or whitewashed. But social transformation should not be the objective. The National Museum of American History should tell the story of a nation and a people driven to overcome injustice and live up to its heritage. A story of imperfection, but also overwhelming accomplishment, of tragedies, but also great triumphs, of hardship, but also heroism. Over the course of our history, Americans have made choices, taken actions, sacrificed, corrected flaws, made a more perfect union, and struggled to live up to those principles. The outcome was never foreknown, but there remains a certain nobility about it. A healthy attachment to this country is neither blind to its flaws nor fanatical in believing that America is the source of all good. Nevertheless, each generation should be equipped with the knowledge of America's principles and history, a reverence for their liberties, and a reflective love of their country. That patriotism must be strong enough and unsentimental enough to coexist with criticism, dissent, disappointment, and opposition. But it is love all the same. Without the civic foundation supplied by reflective patriotism, a self-governing people or republic will perish. A museum focused on claims of systematic oppression teaches national self-loathing. Why should taxpayers subsidize a museum that teaches contempt for their country and reframes its past to serve ideological purposes? Such a museum is not worthy of a great country, should not receive the imprimatur of Congress, and is unfit to shape the minds and hearts of the American people. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Spalding. Dr. Blight.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Madam Ranking Member and members of the committee. It's a very special privilege as a historian to have this opportunity to defend one's craft. As historians, we often dwell in the past, and professionally, we should. But in the spring of 2025, with President Trump's executive order restoring truth and sanity to American history, and now with the White House's report saving America's story, the President has come storming into our work lives with vengeance, and we welcome the challenge. The present is inherently interwoven with the past. The White House now believes it should pronounce on the nature of history and the presentation of the nation's treasures at the Smithsonian. The recent report by the White House Domestic Policy Council is nothing less than a declaration of political war on the historian's profession, as well as on the freedom and curiosity of anyone who reads or visits museums. In other words, President Trump has declared war on free minds and free education. Historians are not voices of the state. We are keepers of memory. And at our best, we're storytellers with trained imaginations. And yet, they declare with such certainty what forms of, and these are the words of the report, heritage, destiny, settled truths, and indeed stories that the Smithsonian should instill one of the report's favorite verbs in the minds of the public. Historians are now fighting back in the interest of scholarly history well told for the broadest possible public. Ours is a beautiful and ancient craft, essential for any society's need for self-understanding. We are equipped with a host of modern methods, but guided ethically by very old rules that no authoritarian political project ought to be allowed to profane. As a historian reads, listens, searches, measures, imagines his or her way into and through all manner of evidence, facts, sometimes clear, sometimes slanted every which way. We examine, read, accumulate, sift, study these modes of evidence with hopefully empathy and humility. Then we rise up from all our data and our sources and all manner of context and fashion all this into a story, into narrative, in order to inspire and take our audiences somewhere. And once we get them there, we are bound by our craft to make an argument about why this all happened and why it matters. People often comment on how Trumpism would like to return us to some version of the 1950s, when America was great. In this report, they have transparently done just that. The report is rooted explicitly in the Cold War of the 1950s, in the founding of the National Museum of American History, its legislation and dedication speeches. The founding words and sentiments understandably breathed the rhetoric of Cold War triumphalism. How could it have been otherwise? The report offers no context for what might have invoked such expressions. The Soviet achievement of the hydrogen bomb, Sputnik, the Korean War, the Cuban Missile Crisis, the March on Washington, and the assassination of President Kennedy. Had the Domestic Policy Council consulted trained historians, they might have provided some context. They might also have consulted Edward R. Murrow's famous commentary in 1954, the year after the museum was conceived, on Joseph McCarthy and his assaults on free speech. We can deny our heritage and our history, said Morrow, but we cannot escape responsibility for the result. Erase McCarthyism, and it will come back. Erase any other 50 difficult aspects of American history, they will come back. Triumphalist history cannot tolerate nuance, ambiguity, complexity, but they are lifeblood for real historians. Also, in a deep Cold War context, James Baldwin wrote in an essay entitled, also 1962, As Much Truth as One Can Bear, that the problem with the way Americans approach history is that, quoting him, words are mostly used to cover the sleeper, but not to wake him up. We do not write woke history, whatever that is, but we do try to awaken citizens. In recent decades, we sowed the wind with new kinds of history. Here comes the whirlwind. If we're not careful, we will end up with what the great writer Toni Morrison called statist history, and it will create what she called sanctioned ignorance. That's what's at risk. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Without objection, my buddy Representative Don Beyer of Virginia is waived on the subcommittee for purpose of questioning witness to today's hearing. And is Mr. Burleson, is he not here? Okay. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes of questions. Chair Lady Hartig, is that what we call you, or director? Doctor. What, director or doctor? You're a doctor? Okay, you got director up there, doctor. I'll call you doctor. You earned it, I'll give you the title. How about that?
Yeah.
One time I made the mistake of calling a coach mister, and he reminded me he was coach, so you earned that title and you get it. I do appreciate your constant land acknowledgments that were in the film. I'm wondering, have you ever planned on deeding any of your personal property or property of the Smithsonian to any of these tribes?
I don't believe that's pertinent to the conversation, sir.
Well, I mean, you say that every time you open your meetings, apparently, and I was just curious of that acknowledgement, if that was something you were planning on doing. Should the American History Museum be the site that focuses in on what we have in common, the shared national heritage of great ideals and revolutionary events, or focus on what you deemed the issue of the day, which are race, identity, gender, and sexuality? Ma'am?
Yes, sir. At the National Museum of American History, we strive to create a museum where our visitors will be inspired by the collections, programs, and exhibitions, and they will choose what they each will do to keep our American democracy strong and vibrant. And they'll play that chosen part with passion. That is our hope.
Okay. I do think that most Americans would agree with you on what the most important issues are. How did the museum determine those core issues of the day?
So the Smithsonian and the museum are committed to rigorous, fact-based, museum-quality experiences and to tell the full and rich story of America in a way that enlightens and welcomes every visitor. We use historical evidence, competing perspectives, and acknowledge enduring debates so that visitors can understand how we've wrestled with democracy and citizenship and liberty and national identity. So in our work to document the stories of all Americans throughout time, we really do hope that everyone who comes in can see themselves reflected.
Okay, gender and sexuality are highlighted by your museum. The poster behind me shows an exhibit called Entertainment Nation on display now. Do you think these exhibits behind me are appropriate for children?
So I recognize some of the images from Entertainment Nation and from, I think, some other sources. But let me, I think, tell you what I think is most important.
Ma'am, I mean,
Yes.
you have pictures of bondage. You have some overtly sexual things up there. You have transgendered folks. I assume that's what they are. And some, I don't care who it is. I don't care who it is. It's still not a fan, I can tell you that. But in another exhibit, a 6-year-old girl asked why she doesn't have male genitalia. Do you really think that content is appropriate for children? I mean, do you think little girls have penises? I mean, let's get to the basics of this. Do you think that's appropriate?
So, sir, I believe the exhibition and project you're referring to is Girlhood, It's Complicated, which was a temporary exhibit in our museum that closed, I believe, in 2020.
Ma'am, I didn't ask you that. I asked you, do you think, is it appropriate?
So in that exhibit, sir, with permission of the author, we shared a 13-year-old's diary, which I believe is what you're discussing. And in that diary, they wrote about sleepovers and Latin class and math exams.
Ma'am, do you think that's appropriate? I appreciate this. We're limited on
wrestling.
time, ma'am. Do you think that's appropriate? Do you think that is appropriate for a child to see? Yes or no?
I understand your question, sir, but
No, you don't. You're not answering. You're just running on, ma'am, and I appreciate your hospitality, but the reality is you are not answering the questions. You are funded by taxpayers, and the taxpayers would like to know, is that appropriate?
So, sir, Girlhood, It's Complicated was not designed for children. It had a label in the beginning of the exhibition that shared with parents about some of the topics that would be covered. And we do that with exhibitions that we think kind of need that help. So parents then can come and
All right. Well,
look
thank
at
you, ma'am.
objects.
I understand you're not going to answer, and I'm going to run out of time. But given some of your previous comments, including America was founded based on the supremacy of white men, loving America is very complicated. America's 250th anniversary is worth problematizing. Why do you think you should continue leading the National Museum of American History?
It's the honor of my career to serve as the Elizabeth MacMillan Director of the National Museum of American
Thank you, ma'am. We're out of time.
History. Thank you, sir.
All right, the next, Mr. Lynch from Massachusetts.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I want to thank the witnesses for attending and to help the committee with its work. I'd like to level set this hearing, though, so I'm going to ask you, as in this discussion about our history, Dr. Hartig, who won the 2020 presidential election? Please, I only have so much time. Is that a tough question?
Good morning, sir. No, it's not a tough question. Joseph R. Biden won the election.
Great.
With
Mr. Gonzalez?
votes, yeah.
Biden was president from 2021 to 2020.
Who won the election, sir? I'm just trying to test where you're coming from.
Biden won the election.
Excuse me?
Biden won the election.
Okay. Dr. Spalding? Thank you. Dr. Blight?
Joe Biden and Kamala Harris.
Okay, great. Thank you. So, you're all keenly interested in preserving American history. I heard from all of you that you care about the facts, the evidence, the narrative. You know, as an Irish Catholic from Boston, I was in the 3rd grade when John F. Kennedy was assassinated. And the nuns in our school made sure we understood everything about JFK's life. You know, a lot of people don't realize he's the only president to ever receive the Purple Heart because of his heroism in the Solomon Islands during the Second World War. And importantly, he and Jacqueline Kennedy were the principal founders of the Kennedy Center for the Performing Arts. And much of the drive came from Jacqueline, to be honest with you, but the President and the First Lady raised all the funding for the Kennedy Center for the Performing Arts. And in his life, you know, and at the end of his life, President Kennedy sacrificed everything for this country. And you know where I'm going with this? The current president came in, having nothing to do with the establishment of that institution, and put his name above John F. Kennedy's on the Kennedy Center for the Performing Arts. As an Irish Catholic from South Boston, that was stolen valor. That was stolen valor. He had nothing to do with that. And it was distortion of history. To someone who visited that for the first time, they would not know. They would not know the history of that building and the fact that it's the only building in the United States Capitol that honors Kennedy's memory and his legacy. Kennedy sacrificed everything. You know, he inspired me to get into politics. Dr. Blight, let me ask you, is distorting that in that stolen valor, renaming that building, changing the history of that building with no basis for doing so, is that a distortion of our history as well?
Of course it is. Erase it. Sorry. Of course it is. Erase it and it will come back. On that day, I was in Mr. Barron's 9th grade civics class when he went to the door to get the information that Kennedy had been shot, and he addressed the class to tell us the president was dead. I will never forget that.
Yeah.
And what a great museum does, what a good class does, what a historic site does, is it simply inspires a sense of history. Well, the past matters. Yeah. You could not have been in a schoolroom that day and not had a sense of history. It certainly was part of mine.
Right. Thank you. You know, I understand, you know, sometimes political correctness can act as censorship, or it can distort the history and you know, the way we view the world. And I understand that. I understand it. And I understand some of the pushback is about perhaps the censorship that is present in political correctness. But then the facts are the facts. dear God, you know, the president, you know, continually goes back to 2020 election to say that he won it. And we should stand together and reject that crap. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you, sir. Yield to Mr. Cloud from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Hartig, I've visited, as I have many times, the Museum of American History. And what I think I find most troubling is the fact that you can do a lot with real history. And what's concerning is the distortion, I think, of the truth and in the context. And just for example, the American Democracy, A Great Leap of Faith, you know, this exhibit, you turn the corner and the first thing you see is this, it's a wall. And the two words, of course, that pop out are privilege and slavery. Now, is that a part of American history? Sure. Should it be covered up? No. But what makes America unique and exceptional isn't, for example, the fact that slavery was a part of our history. It was a part of almost every nation's history. What makes America unique is the fact that we worked to overcome it and we're leading on the world stage in getting rid of it. And as I walk through, you mentioned as you walk through the doors, you'll see Thomas Jefferson's desk. You'll see, you know, Abraham Lincoln's top hat. And those are in the museum, yes, but that is not what you see when you walk in. What you see is exhibits to social reform. You'll see displays in the end caps or the display, the glass displays on the side, pictures of drag show or pro-abortion language and all these different kind of things. I'm curious, you know, I was really surprised as we're celebrating the 250th anniversary of our nation. How did we come up with the 250th anniversary? Like, what are we celebrating in the 250th anniversary?
Thank you, sir, and thank you for your visit. And we've hosted, I think since January, 25 senators and House
Ma'am, I know your intention today is to filibuster the entire time. There's a particular document that was signed on July 4th, 1776, for which we celebrate. Could you?
Absolutely, sir. So when you come into the museum right now, since
that would be the Declaration of Independence, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
I was
And
surprised
so
to find that in the Museum of American History on the 250th year of our anniversary, there's not an exhibit for the Declaration of Independence. Now, sure, there's Jefferson's desk, and it takes up a very small space in a, but you would think, I went through the museum looking for the words, "we the people." And you would think when you walked in, that would be the biggest, boldest thing, especially on the 250th anniversary, the idea of e pluribus unum, where out of many become one. That's what makes America unique. And yet your take seems to be to take the uniqueness, the unity of America, and to try to divide us up into different things. Why, who made the decision not to have a display for the Declaration of Independence on our 250th anniversary?
So, sir, I'm going to go maybe back a few beats and answer your I think, your first question of the four. So the Declaration of Independence, of course, signed and ratified on July 4th in 1776 in Philadelphia, appears on a full wall in the Price of Freedom, our history of the military on our third floor, Eastern Wing. It's a blow-up size.
It's a standard exhibit. It's there in the back, but you have to walk through a bunch of junk to get there. And as a matter of fact, right now, you would think
I'm happy to answer your questions, sir.
this would have been a great time to pull out all the artifacts. I thought, let me look and try to find something on John Adams. You know, and I'm not saying it's not there, but it's hard to find. John Adams, John Jay, Caesar Rodney. We can talk about Crispus Attucus, Phyllis Wheatley, the poet laureate of American Revolution. All these different kind of things. What would you say is the most influential book in American history?
So if I may go back to your second question.
What would you say is the most influential book in
May I
American
go back to your second question?
history? You can answer the one I just asked you.
Well, you know, as a historian, it's probably hard to choose which is the most influential book in the United States history, but I can tell you what's the most influential document, and that is the Declaration of Independence, which appears in different ways
Most
at least
influential
4 or
book.
5 times.
The founders
in-
quoted one book more than any other book.
The founders were very well read, and as you know, Thomas Jefferson's library became the core of the Library of
Yes,
Congress.
and that book would have been the Bible. Secondly, would have been Common Sense by Thomas Paine. Now, I went to the bookstore. I couldn't find Common Sense in the bookstore. I did find, these books. Here's George Takei, It Rhymes with Takei, a book in which he talks about, one young man lusting after another. I'm not sure why this is in our American History Museum, in the kids section, mind you. That you think is important to have it in the American History Museum?
So George Takei, as you know, the actor from Star Trek, was incarcerated during World War II as the result of Executive Order 9066. And his children's book, I think, is a beautiful story.
Who made the decision to put that in there but not Common Sense?
Especially with Senator Alan Simpson. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Subramanian.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we're here for a hearing entitled Rewriting American History, Examining the Smithsonian's Efforts to Reshape the Past. And this was in response to a Domestic Policy Council report. The Domestic Policy Council is a part of the White House. And what's interesting is that I was looking back, this seems to be one of the only Domestic Policy Council standalone reports this year. In fact, perhaps this administration. The only one I could find was the last one they did on the National Report on Paper Straws. And so this is how our Domestic Policy Council is spending its time, at a time where we have higher costs across the board, where we have a war going on in the Middle East, and where we have people hurting every single day, losing their access to health care, losing their access to food assistance because this Domestic Policy Council recommended it be cut. That's where we are right now. And I think it's really important. Mr. Gonzalez, I want to go back to a quote. You quoted Stanley Kurtz in your opening saying, "You can say that the economy and foreign policy are more important than these cultural battles over the long haul." That's simply not true. Do you stand by that these cultural battles are more important than our economy and our foreign policy?
Oh, absolutely, yes. I think it was Lincoln who said, no foreign soldier
you think
is going to
that-
take a drink from the Mississippi.
So you think that this particular hearing on where the Smithsonian is putting Thomas Jefferson's desk is more important than people facing higher utility costs?
That's not what the report is focused on.
That's what you just said. That's
No.
You just
The
said
report
that
is
the cultural battles are more important to you and more important than the higher costs of living that Americans are facing today.
Over the long term, they are, and it's not about where
because
Thomas Jefferson's desk is.
I think the president would agree with you. I think this administration would agree with you, and that's how they've acted. And so let's just talk about the report, since everyone wants to be here to talk about it, it seems. The report actually had a lot of things that weren't true. For instance, the opening of it talked about how the Smithsonian wasn't speaking enough about America 250, but I looked at the Smithsonian's website, and the first thing it talked about was America 250. Director Hartig, did the Smithsonian talk about America 250?
Yes, sir. We've been planning for years to celebrate the semi-quincentennial, and it's an honor to do so.
And the report complained that Thomas Jefferson's writing desk and George Washington's uniform were not on prominent display. Were they on display at the American History Museum?
Yes, sir, and then we're honored that the Jefferson's writing desk went over to the Smithsonian Castle to be part of Secretary Bunch's American Aspirations exhibition.
And then it said it didn't have quotes from the Declaration of Independence. I guess they were nitpicking about one specific sentence. Are quotes from the Declaration of Independence on full display at the museum?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so it seems like it wasn't a very good report either. But I looked back, and by their admission, it was a months-long report involving multiple staff. Mr. Gonzalez, how much money do you think that report cost the American taxpayers? Because you're at the Heritage Foundation, so I know you care a lot about American taxpayers.
I have no idea.
You didn't ask about how much the report actually costs?
I think it would be hard to assess, given all the input that went into the report, how much it costs.
I asked AI, they said probably millions, potentially.
Okay.
Yeah,
But,
so
yeah,
because
probably.
of staff time, because of outside.
I would advise you against using AI, however.
Yeah,
Congressman.
okay. Well, sounds good. Well,
It
I had to
hallucinates
ask
a lot.
somebody because you didn't have the answer to
Yeah,
it.
it hallucinates a lot.
Yeah, well, sounds good. Well, the other thing is, do you think there should be mentions of Trump's impeachment at the museum?
Sure. I mean, yeah, it happened. It's history.
Do you think there should be a wing of the museum dedicated to President Trump?
I have no idea. I'm not a curator. I don't know whether there should be a wing dedicated to President
Dr.
Trump.
Spalding, do you think there should be a wing of the museum dedicated to President Trump?
I don't think there should be a wing dedicated to any one president.
Okay, interesting. Even George Washington?
I think in the context of what he did in terms of the American Revolution, that kind of thing.
I think what's
yes.
actually happening, it's not that you don't want ideology in the museum, it's that you want your ideology in the museum. And you want the museum to reflect your values, your specific views on things, and not the views of what actually happened, which was the facts. And so that's what we want, is we want the facts in the museum. We want people to come away with patriotism, because they will if you show them the facts of this great country. And so I
completely agree.
applaud for everything that's happened in this first 250 years of America, the good and the bad. The bad wouldn't have led to as good as what we've gotten.
100%.
And I look forward to the next 250 years, and I look forward to teaching my kids and grandkids the facts. I yield back.
We agree.
Great.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Nice from South Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Hartig, how many children visited the National Museum of American History last year?
Hi, good morning, ma'am.
Answer the question, how many kids?
Good morning, ma'am. Since we don't charge,
Are you the director of the museum?
I am, ma'am.
Okay, and you don't know how many people visited the museum last year?
2 million.
How many of those were children?
Ma'am, I don't have
even
those
know.
exact figures
Okay.
for you, but I'm happy to
Do you
take
agree that
back.
educating children about American history is a core duty of the museum? Yes or no?
Absolutely.
And are images of sexual fetishes appropriate for children? Yes or no?
So, ma'am,
It's a simple yes or no. Or is
understand.
sexual imagery, provocative sexual imagery, appropriate for kids? Yes or no?
ma'am, we strive to represent all Americans.
You strive to represent
fullness of
queer,
American
pedophiles, indoctrination, grooming of kids at an American History Museum. And it sounds like you're proud of it. You won't answer the questions, probably because you're ashamed. And as a woman, I really can't believe you will sit here today and you can't even admit that sexual imagery, like this behind me, they tell me, my staff tells me, this little trinket around the penis, this is BDSM, in a setting where children are walking through. That's disgusting. Like, what kind of message are you trying to send to kids with BDSM imagery? What are you trying to tell kids? Are you sexualizing children? Is that what your motive is for the museum? Why?
So that specific two-piece.
Do you know how many kids get raped by adults every year in this country? This kind of thing, when you are dressing men up as women, drag queens, you're putting this kind of crap in front of kids, sexualizes them and makes them more vulnerable to people that want to rape them or abuse them. Or when we have men and women's settings that want to do harm to women. You talked about the girlhood exhibit, and you didn't want to answer the chairman's questions earlier, but it was a diary featuring a six-year-old that reads, everybody was talking about getting boobs in their period. I pray to God every night for my penis to grow. Dr. Hartig, can you tell me, look me in the eye and tell me that that belongs in an exhibit for kids?
Ma'am, Girlhood, It's Complicated was not an exhibit designed for children.
I know, you had the little disclaimer thing, which is sort of
The diary was of a 13-year-old going through puberty.
Okay, do you think that's an appropriate thing to put in an American History Museum where there are children walking through? We're talking about American history.
Right, so Girlhood, It's Complicated is...
Okay, I'm moving on because I don't know how much money you spent on getting prepped for this hearing. They did a good job because you're filibustering and not answering a single question from a single Republican. Today, do you believe that men can become women?
Ma'am, as the director of the museum, that's not relevant in this case.
It's very relevant. You've got men dressed up as women and you have them on displays in front of kids. Do you think men can become women, yes or no?
So RuPaul's Drag Race, which is the upper...
It's a man. RuPaul is a man who dresses like a woman, literally.
Correct.
What is a woman, Dr. Hartig?
As a director and as a historian, it's not my opportunity.
You sexualize the American History Museum. So this is a fair question. What is a woman?
So at the museum...
What is a woman?
We strive to represent and not categorize all Americans.
Okay, I have another question for you. There's a glossary at the museum that informs visitors that while American culture traditionally recognizes 2 genders, other countries recognize 3 or more. So enlighten me this morning. How many genders are there?
Ma'am, which glossary?
This is a display, and that has a glossary that says other countries recognize 3 or more genders. So I would like you to enlighten me today. You're the director of the American History Museum who sexualized things in front of kids. I want to ask you, how many genders are there?
So first of all, I'm happy to get back to you about the glossary.
How many genders are there?
Sure.
And what are they?
I'm not sure which glossary you're speaking of.
Of course, I know that you don't. You know exactly what this hearing was about today. One of your exhibits at the American History Museum says sometimes gender isn't revealed at birth. So when is gender revealed?
So
when was your gender revealed to you, Dr. Hartig?
So I don't really think that's relevant to the
It is relevant. You have a display at the American History Museum talking about gender isn't always revealed at birth. So when was your gender revealed?
So since I am a PhD and
I wasn't done yet, but I'll yield back, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mace.
Mr. Walkinshaw.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm actually glad we're having this hearing today of the Subcommittee on Government Efficiency, because finally we have abandoned the pretense that this subcommittee has anything to do with government efficiency. Just like Elon Musk's DOGE wasn't about efficiency, it was an ideological purge of the federal government, this assault on the Smithsonian has nothing to do with efficiency. It's an ideological effort, to quote Mr. Gonzalez, a cultural battle. But let's go ahead and talk about rewriting history. Let's talk about it, because that's what the Trump administration is doing as we speak. It's Jackie Robinson. Before he stepped onto Ebbets Field, he wore the uniform of the United States Army. He broke Major League Baseball's color barrier in 1947. He didn't just transform a sport, he challenged one of the last great institutions of legalized segregation in America. He helped move our country closer to the promise that talent and character matter more than the color of your skin. I guess for President Trump's Department of Defense, he was part of the DEI problem we've heard about today, because he got erased, removed from the website, canceled, restored only after public outcry. The Tuskegee Airmen flew more than 15,000 combat missions during World War II, escorting American bombers over Europe. They didn't just help defeat Nazi Germany, they helped to dismantle segregation in the U.S. Armed Forces. Somehow, they're also part of the DEI problem we've heard about today, because they were erased. The Air Force removed a documentary on the Tuskegee Airmen from their course instruction. Navajo code talkers, young Navajo Marines, developed an unbreakable battlefield code that Japanese forces couldn't crack. It helped American forces win some of the toughest battles in the Pacific, saved countless American lives. Also, apparently, part of the DEI problem, because they got erased. Now the Trump administration and my Republican colleagues are focusing their anti-DEI erasure efforts on the Smithsonian. Last week, they released this report we've discussed today, saying the museum has been captured by, quote, extreme political activism. It's pretty extreme, deleting Jackie Robinson. Why the report? Because the museum tells the full American story. It examines slavery alongside liberty. It discusses immigration alongside citizenship. It recognizes the struggle for civil rights alongside our founding ideals, and yes, the flaws of our founders. But according to this administration, that's not patriotic. They erased Jackie Robinson. They erased the Tuskegee Airmen. They erased the Navajo code talkers. And now they want to take their big orange eraser to a proud American institution, the Smithsonian. We should reject this effort to erase our history, because in America, the truth has always been our strength. It's not a weakness, Mr. Gonzalez and Dr. Spalding. Dr. Blight, can you tell us the damage that is done when history, Jackie Robinson, Navajo code talkers, Tuskegee Airmen is erased from websites, from course instructions? How does that hurt America?
Well, if you want inspiration from history, you can't start any better than this. Delete Jackie Robinson and he'll come back. His name was Hank Aaron. His name was Frank Robinson. His name was Bob Gibson, and I could name 1,000 more. Good luck trying to delete anything that people really care about in our history. They're going to find out about it. And the fact that you can even delete it is something they can take because they have some faith in institutions like the Smithsonian, which they love and want to go to. Well, bring that story to them. What's lost is curiosity, understanding. You know, our job as historians is to understand the dead. Sorry, you become relevant when you're dead. But the reason we want to understand the dead is so that we can really understand the living. And to delete the dead because somehow they don't fit a category that we like in the present is to soil the present.
Thank you. I yield back.
Mr. Gill from Texas, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for holding this hearing and to the witnesses for taking the time to travel all the way out here. Director Hartig, thank you for being here. Would you say that the goal of history, even if it's not properly carried out, would you say that the goal of history is to be objective?
Thank you, sir, for the question. You know, I think that there are many goals of history, and certainly as you collect, as we do, examine evidence, create scholarship.
Is objectivity one of the goals of history?
We strive to be objective and nonpartisan and not based on any ideology.
So it's one of the goals. Doesn't that seem a little bit concerning? It certainly does to me, because as part of this white supremacy document that your organization has promoted, objectivity is a core and defining aspect of white supremacy culture. Do you think that it's the goal of the Smithsonian Institution to promote white supremacy culture?
Sir, do you mind sharing with me which document?
It's white supremacy culture right here. This is part of the mass action toolkit that your organization has promoted for several years now under your leadership. Are you promoting a white supremacy culture at the Smithsonian?
Am I promoting a white?
Ma'am, is this a difficult question?
No, sir, I'm just thinking about the mass action toolkit. We didn't develop it, but back to your question, no, we're not promoting any ideology.
Does it concern you that your goal is objectivity, one of your goals is objectivity, and your mass action toolkit references objectivity as a defining characteristic of white supremacy culture?
It's not our toolkit.
It is your toolkit. You've been promoting it for quite some time.
We did not come up with a toolkit, sir.
But you've been promoting it.
It is used as a reference, I believe, probably in 2019, 2020.
Yes, under your leadership, it has been used as a reference. Is Mickey Mouse racist?
Mickey Mouse is not racist.
It's not racist. According to the Smithsonian Institution, one of your exhibits referenced Mickey Mouse as representing, quote, vestiges of longstanding traditions of blackface minstrelsy. Would you describe that as racist?
No, the historical trajectory of the origins of Mickey Mouse tied directly
so Mickey Mouse is rooted in racism. Is that your testimony?
No, sir, it's rooted in minstrelsy.
Minstrelsy, and you don't think that blackface minstrelsy is racist?
It had certain obvious racial overtones that have been well documented.
You think that that's problematic, that Mickey Mouse also has those racial overtones?
It's not for me to determine what's problematic. It's determined to me what's accurate.
Is that right?
Yes,
is it important to be polite?
Excuse me, sir?
Is it important to be polite?
Yes, sir.
It's also interesting because the same mass action toolkit that your organization has been promoting references politeness as a defining characteristic of white supremacy culture. Ma'am, are you a white supremacist?
No, sir.
You're not. Can you help me square why your organization says that being polite is part of being a white supremacist?
I'm not exactly familiar with that passage of the Mass Action Toolkit, which is not
I can show you the
one that we
passage. It's right
developed.
here.
I don't, pardon me?
I said I just read you the passage from it.
And then your question was, sir?
We're going to move on. What is Latina power?
What is Latino power?
Latina power.
Latina power would be the forces derived from being a Latina.
Do you think that it's appropriate for the Smithsonian Institution to sell Latina power paraphernalia? Hats, mugs, other things that say Latina power?
I believe that the merchandise our store sells
I'm asking you if it's appropriate.
tries to reflect the richness of the communities.
So your testimony is that it is appropriate?
Those are your words, sir.
I'm asking you, is it appropriate to sell Latina power paraphernalia? It's a yes or no question.
I don't have control over what is sold
I'm
in our
asking you if it's
stores.
appropriate. I didn't ask you if you have control over it. Is
I
it
understood you,
appropriate?
sir. Yeah.
Yes or no?
Again, we strive to represent all Americans and including
Is it
in our
appropriate, yes or
merchandise.
no?
We strive to represent all Americans in our museums, including in our merchandise.
Is that right? My
Yes,
time's
sir.
up.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks, sir. Mr. Mafumi from Maryland.
Mr. Chairman, a UC request.
Yes.
Ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a Newsweek article from March 19, 2025 titled Jackie Robinson's Army History Deleted by Pentagon.
So ordered. Anything else? Mr. Mafumi, you're recognized.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. I only have 5 minutes, so I'm going to try to make the most out of it by making some very clear points. Black people across this country are outraged at what is happening now with these efforts to do away with the African American Museum and all of the Smithsonian. They're outraged because they've lived too many years, been through too many struggles, suffered too many bruises, and clearly have very, very, very little to show for that sojourn here in this country. I want to be real clear about this. If you erase it, we will replace it. It's that damn simple. We don't seem to learn. If anything, we should be looking at history to learn and to make sure that we are taking advantage of what we've learned. You know, it was Abraham Lincoln in 1848 who addressed his countrymen in Edwardsville, Illinois, and he said, and I quote, "When you have succeeded in dehumanizing the Negro, when you have put him down and made it but for him to be, but as the beast of the field, when you have extinguished his soul in this world and placed him where the ray of hope is blown out, as in the darkness of the damned, are you quite sure," he asked, "that the demon you have roused will not one day turn and rend you?" He said, "What constitutes the bulwark of our freedom and our independence? It is not," said Lincoln, "our crown and battlements. It is not our armies and our navies. It is not our bristling seacoast. For all those things are not our reliance against tyranny, because they can all be turned against us without having made us weaker for the struggle. Our reliance," he said, "as Americans is in the love of liberty which God has planted deep within all of us, regardless of how we look and where we come from." He said, "Our reliance is in the spirit of freedom, which prides itself as the heritage of all men in all lands everywhere." And then he admonished, "Destroy that spirit, and you would have planted the seeds of despotism at your own doorstep. Ignore," he said, "the chains of human bondage, and you prepare one day for your own limbs to wear them. Accustom," he said, "to trample on the rights of other people, and you would have lost the creative genius of your own American independence, and as such, would become the fit subjects of the first cunning tyrant who rises among you. Sound familiar? History taught us and still teaches us that we can't keep making the same mistakes. So I know this is a big discussion about a lot of aspects about the museum, but I'm here as a black man who grew up in segregation, who wasn't allowed to go certain places, who drank from a water fountain that said colored, who found his mother and his father unable to do anything other than basic day work. And if for no one else, if for them and their spirit and all the other nameless and faceless black men in this country and black women who made their bodies bridges, that some of us could get to the university, that some of us could get to a good job, that some of us could get to the United States, if for no other reason. I want this to go out loud and clear, and I'm not speaking just on behalf of myself. I know that I speak on behalf of so many people who are not here today. We will not let you destroy that museum. No matter how long it takes, how many battles are required, how much effort is needed, we will not allow that to happen unless you find a way to kill all of us and walk over our bodies to change history. That history is too sacred, it is too precious, and it will not be erased. Because, as I said, if you attempt to erase it, we will continue to replace it over and over and over again. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Mafumi. Mr. Burleson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Hartig, what do you believe is the core purpose of the National Museum of History, of American History?
Thank you, sir, and good morning. The beauty, I think, of the museum is to truly take the over 2 million objects we have, put
What
the
is the
best
core purpose?
scholarship around
What is
them,
your mission? What's the core
and
purpose?
to tell the richest story of America's past that we can. Our mission is to empower people to create a more just and compassionate future by preserving, sharing, and exploring the complexities of our past.
Okay. In your 2024 presentation, you said the museum changed its mission in part to help people get out of the America, quote unquote, America First mentality. So my question is, what's specifically wrong about the American First mentality?
So we changed the mission like most organizations and corporations do. When I came, that we had an expired strategic plan and we created a new mission.
So is your contention that you just changed it because you just needed to change it under your direction?
No, most directors.
I'm asking specifically, you made the statement that you have to get out of the quote unquote America First mentality. What did you mean by that?
I'm not sure which of my public appearances you're referring to, sir.
Director Hartig, let me ask you, are you America First?
I'm a very proud American.
That's great to hear. Do you love America?
I love this country unconditionally.
That's great to hear. At one point you stated that loving America is very complicated. Let me ask you this. Recently we had visitors from all over the globe for the World Cup. What I think is the common thread that we saw across all social media platforms was an astonishment and astonishment and amazement of things that preconceived ideas that they had about this country. Some of those preconceived ideas were that Americans were dangerous, that everywhere they would go, there would be shootings and people, all of the crime that would occur. There were preconceived notions that Americans were all hostile and xenophobic, that Americans were, that everyone is living in poverty unless you're rich. Do you think, after this happened, what do you think caused the rest of the world to believe all of these ills about the United States of America, these falsehoods about this country?
You know, the World Cup was truly remarkable in terms of how it brought everyone together. I'm unsure what they were using as their basis for those conclusions, sir.
Well, some people are spreading false information about the United States, right? And you say you love this country, America's first. You proud of America's history?
Absolutely, warts and all.
Okay. So wouldn't it be nice if the rest of the world saw the history of the United States as being the country that led the world through economic prosperity, particularly after World War II with the Marshall Plan, led multiple nations out of prosperity?
Absolutely, sir. And in our Mars Hall of American Enterprise, which tells the amazing story of American business, they'd see just that.
Wouldn't it be great if the rest of the world saw us as what we truly are, is the one country that led the world and inspired them to eliminate slavery, to eliminate all of the genocides that happen?
Absolutely, and I think when they come through the museum, overwhelmingly, wherever they're from Nashville, Tennessee to Nome, Alaska, they come out and they say they come out more inspired.
So what was the origin of that? What was the origin of what created all of these great things that inspired the rest of the world, that lifted people out of poverty, that ended genocides, or at least inspired the world to end their genocides? What was the original precipice of that? What was the original beginning?
So the Revolutionary Era, of course, with its brilliant founding documents, with the Declaration of Independence, with those two soaring paragraphs.
So I think that what we're trying to compel, what I'm trying to convey is that when the rest of the world is having a hard time with disinformation, there's enough negative things that are being said, you would think the one institution that would be trumpeting the great and wonderful things that this country has done, especially at a time when we're celebrating the 250th anniversary of this country, would be to showcase our founders. And then with that, I yield back.
Yeah, thank you, sir, and absolutely, I agree.
Mr. Frost from Florida, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, I got to say, listening to this hearing, I think many of my colleagues would benefit from actually stepping foot in the Smithsonian institutions, and maybe not just reading talking points from the White House or reading what they're supposed to say. I've been in these museums. I mean, talking about the National Museum of African American History and Culture specifically, it tells the whole story. The ugly and how America and Americans came together to get rid of slavery, to fight Jim Crow. But it tells the whole story. So maybe this committee should do like a field trip and actually go through these institutions to actually see the full story be told, because I would contend that many of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have never stepped foot in many of these institutions, at least not in a long time. Director Hartig, thank you for being here. Can you please share a little bit about your experience as a historian?
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Frost. I came to history as an undergraduate. I thought I was going to be an English major, but I took my first history class, and I was rowing crew for UCLA at the time, and I hoisted my 10-speed on my shoulder, and I walked up the stairs to the history department, and I declared that I wanted to be an historian. And since then, as a public servant, and as a public historian, in which we look at archives and material culture and museum work and historic preservation work, I've been completely motivated to figure out how then I can best serve the nation, and being the Elizabeth MacMillan Director of the museum certainly is the highest calling.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Gonzalez, are you a professional historian?
Actually, I have been paid by publishers to write history, so I am.
Okay, how many exhibits have you curated?
Oh, no, I'm not a curator.
Okay, how many exhibits have you curated? It's a separate question.
I haven't curated any exhibits
Okay,
because I'm not a curator.
Dr. Hartig, thank you. You haven't curated any exhibits, thank you.
Yeah.
Dr. Hartig, is your work partisan?
No, sir, our work is not. We don't seek to advance any political agenda.
Yes, ma'am. Does the museum take political sides or have a political agenda?
No, sir.
Does the museum have exhibits that challenge people's views or may make them feel uncomfortable?
History is incredibly challenging, and by then its very nature, if we tell it in its richness, we absolutely, I think, have objects that can make people uncomfortable. And, you know, I hearken back to Secretary Bunch's words that he was told by a sharecropper that, you know, tell the people both what they want to hear and what they need to hear. So I think depending on where you are, certainly there can be a level of discomfort.
Thank you. What review process does a museum use before opening an exhibit?
So the museum goes through a rigorous scholarly presentation of the way in which exhibit objects and stories and interpretation relate to one another. That's reviewed extensively, also depending on the size of the exhibit. Our In Pursuit of Life, Liberty, and Happiness exhibition, our 250 object exhibition for America 250, went through exhaustive review with also peer reviews as well. Then it is presented up to the undersecretaries and often the secretary in conversation with our review.
Thank you, Director. Mr. Gonzalez, who should decide what's in a museum?
I would say that the curator, but also overseen by the leadership of the museum. The taxpayer does spend $1.1 billion in the Smithsonian, so the Smithsonian is accountable to the American taxpayer.
All right, thank you. I have a yes or no question. Should exhibits capture American history as it happened without bias?
Yes.
Was slavery a part of American history?
Yes.
Was Jim Crow a part of American history?
Yes.
Is it important that museums discuss these topics at length so people understand the gravity?
Absolutely yes.
Do you believe that American art should be consistent with the Trump administration's cultural and political goals?
I have no idea what that is. I cannot comment on that.
Do you believe that American art, or do you believe that the Smithsonian's goals should be consistent with the Trump's administration's cultural and political goals?
I don't know how you define that. I cannot answer it.
You seem to have a long-standing personal vendetta against the Smithsonian that started well before the White House report. And I ask you those questions because I'm concerned about censorship. I'm no historian either, just like you. But I know that Nazi Germany weaponized art and museums to demonize certain groups. Dr. Blight, if Congress or the White House starts deciding historical interpretation, how is that different from political censorship?
It is political censorship. It is political censorship. Their model may indeed be Joseph Goebbels' Committee on Enlightenment, which is what the Nazis called their committee that tried to control museums.
I'm sorry,
Thank
sir.
you. I yield back.
Mr. Chairman, I have a UC request. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to enter into the record, ask unanimous consent, Reuters article from January 2025. Trump's anti-DEI order yanks Air Force videos of Tuskegee airmen and female pilots.
So ordered. Mr. Fallon, Texas, you recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Hartig, you hold a very prestigious position. It's an awesome responsibility. We're honoring American history, and we have a rich history in these past 250 years. In 2019, when you took did you take the job in 19? Is that right?
Good morning, sir, and yes, I did.
Okay. And what was your pay then? How much did they pay you?
My starting pay was $300,000.
And what's it today?
It is about $370,000, which is paid from an endowment, not federal funds.
Okay, but you do agree that you work for the American people?
Every day, sir.
All right, and all of them, even the ones you disagree with?
We welcome everyone to the museum.
All right, wonderful.
Yes.
Are the majority of the funds for the museum paid for by the American taxpayer?
So of the Smithsonian's appropriation, for which we're very grateful.
The majority is?
Yes.
Okay, just because
No.
we have limited time.
Yeah, so if I may, sir, so
Again,
our
sorry, we have very limited time, but it's
I
a majority.
appreciate
All right, we agree there. Webster's, I looked up the definition of history because it's very important in our conversation today. And it's a chronological record of significant events such as affecting a nation or an institution, often including an explanation of their causes. And as such, I think we hopefully would all agree that you need to take great care when presenting history. It needs to be fair and balanced and as objective as any human being can be, to and for all Americans, and not colored with, we don't want to color the museum and our history with your personal beliefs, biases, ideology, and preconceived notions. And I think it's important to take that step back and present a comprehensive look at American history that displays all of it, good, bad, ugly, triumphant, et cetera. Director, do you believe you've done that these
Yes,
past 7
sir.
years?
To the best of my ability.
John Smithson, when he donated, I think it was in 1826, when he donated his fortune, he said it was to increase in diffusion of knowledge among men. I think we would all agree, people now. And the precursor to your museum was the National Museum of History and Technology, and that's important in a minute. And they wanted to always focus on the story of American progress. Director, do you love the United States of America?
I do unequivocally. And
Wonderful. I do as well, we agree. And on balance, do you believe the United States has been a force of good in the world? On balance.
The United States is the world's longest consecutive running democracy, and
So I would
it
take
is
that as a yes?
truly
Again, just because we have
remarkable
limited time.
country.
Yes? So
Yes, sir.
2 out of 2, okay. And you believe we still are today?
Pardon me, sir?
And you believe we still are today?
Absolutely.
Yes, wonderful. So the United States, would you agree with the statement that we're the greatest nation history has ever known?
I think that I would refer judgment in terms of.
All right, so I got to take that as a no because it's an easy answer. Yes, yes, yes. So we got 3 out of 4. That's not bad. Under your leadership, did you direct staff to frame and tie all the exhibits in the museum to 7 core social issues?
No, sir.
You did not. Not on like race,
To the
gender,
best of my
climate,
knowledge.
climate change, immigration, economic equality, technical. All right, well, 250th anniversary. We agree that America's 250 years old.
Absolutely.
As far as a focus and highlight for the 250th, did you have any new exhibits on George Washington?
So we have
Again,
about
I
25
apologize just because we have such limited time. Did your museum decide to say, hey, you know, it's the 250th anniversary, we're going to feature George Washington?
We do feature George
Yeah.
Washington.
Can somebody take this?
Yeah.
I don't mind.
We feature George
No, but
Washington.
you're not answering the question. I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
Did you have any new, the 250th anniversary, and you decide as a board, we're going to have a new exhibit that highlights and focuses and celebrates George Washington?
We highlight and celebrate George
So
Washington.
you didn't have any
yes.
new ones?
It is a new exhibit,
If
sir.
you have a new one just for
In
George
pursuit of
Washington
life,
for
liberty,
the
and
250, great.
happiness.
How about Thomas Jefferson?
He is predominantly both of
Ma'am,
them.
Mr. Chairman, I reclaim my time. We have very limited time. How about Thomas Jefferson? Did you have a new exhibit on Thomas Jefferson for the 250?
We had a new exhibit that included Thomas Jefferson, George
But you didn't
Washington,
solely
John
focus on
Adams.
Thomas Jefferson. How about Ben Franklin?
Pardon me?
Did you have a new exhibit on Ben Franklin?
We had a new exhibit that included Mr. Franklin.
All right,
Dr.
so on the Founding Fathers. How about great inventors, great American inventors? Any new exhibits on that?
We had a new exhibit that included many great American inventors.
A brand new one for the 250th?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, like Alexander Graham Bell, Thomas Edison, Nicholas Tesla, Eli Whitney, John Deere. Did you also have one that celebrated a 12-day Pride celebration and create a special display honoring a queer Mexican and undocumented man?
For the 250th? No,
Did
sir.
you do that this year?
No, sir.
You're under oath. You're
best of
saying that
my
you didn't do
knowledge.
that. Okay. All right, my
We-
time's up. I yield back.
Thank you. Ms. Presley, you're recognized.
Thank you. Our shared American history is under attack. Donald Trump is working overtime to turn our museums into instruments of MAGA propaganda, rather than places where American people and visitors from around the world can encounter our factual history. I had the privilege this weekend of visiting the Civil Rights Museum in Memphis, Tennessee, a Smithsonian affiliate. And what I took in there was factual, it was powerful, it was equal parts devastating and also instructive, which is why people are working so hard to erase it. And let me just be clear, try as you might to erase Black history and to erase Black people, you cannot erase us. But I digress. The work of our museums is so very important. Dr. Hartig, that work deserves visibility, gratitude, protection, not vilification and threats. Since taking office, the Trump administration has become synonymous with fascism. While there is no one set definition, historians have generally agreed upon several characteristics. Dr. Blight,
You were selected to be the president of the Society of American Historians, so I'm going to ask you to keep me honest on this. Now, what I've learned is that fascism usually includes elements like undermining fair elections, a constant targeting of vulnerable people and labeling them as enemies, and an overwhelming amount of government corruption. Sounds eerily familiar, a damning and devastating deja vu of the moment we find ourselves in right now. The element I want to focus on today is the fascist hostility to our history, academia, museums, and the arts. Dr. Blight, looking at history, why do fascists and autocrats attack cultural institutions like museums?
Madam Congressman, it's because they believe that's where you can control people's minds. You can sustain a social order, you can control education, you can control the arts, you can control writing and creativity itself. It is not just the Nazis, there have been plenty of other neo-fascist or fascist regimes that have attempted to do that.
Thank you, Doctor. Yeah, this is this anti-freedom agenda. They want to control what books we read, what is in our museums, what we do with our bodies, attack the free press, degrade free speech. It's an anti-freedom agenda. Dr. Blight, what warning signs do you look for when society starts drifting towards fascism and authoritarianism?
First, I look for the breakup of political parties. Then I look for this kind of assault on cultural institutions, on things like the National Park Service, which reaches more students than any of us who teach in universities. I look for attempts to control the media, which is the dissemination of knowledge. And I look for any attempt at the control over free minds, free speech, freedom itself.
Thank you. History gives us a chilling example of what happens when a government decides that it alone will define what counts as good art and acceptable history. I've heard the stories passed down in Jewish families of Germany in the 1930s. As the Nazi regime consolidated political power, it turned its attentions to museums and to galleries. The regime started with criticism labeling art as degenerate and claiming it didn't fit with the national culture. But then they started attacking museum directors and curators, and eventually art pieces were confiscated from museums and locked away or sold. In 1939, Nazis publicly burned thousands of paintings that they couldn't profit from. The United States Holocaust Memorial Museum details much of this history. Fascist attacks on museums are not just about history. Today, the occupant of the White House labels entire aspects of American history as quote-unquote divisive and uses the power of his office to pressure the Smithsonian to remove, whitewash, and to rewrite our stories. I'm not here to exaggerate, just to educate. And what is spurring this all on? What fuels this? Fear of a black planet, fear of a multiracial democracy. The occupant of the Oval Office, Project 2025, this cult of MAGA, they are fueled by fear and hate. Dr. Blight, when people see the warning signs that you mentioned, why is it important that they speak up and take action?
Well, it's important because if the people don't stand up, they lose these institutions. And as you just suggested, the black world came to America for the World Cup. I wonder if people notice that the world is black and brown, and the teams from European countries were black and brown. And we ought to take some lesson from that. And by the way, to that point earlier, that they were getting disinformation. Well, who were they getting the disinformation from? And let's remember, what fascinates the world about America is our contradictions. It's
Your time's up,
so
sir.
fascinating. Thank you.
I'm sorry. Your time's up. Mr. Jack.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My first question is to Mr. Gonzalez. I appreciate your testimony today. We've heard some pretty concerning things throughout this hearing. I'm curious, from your perspective, what's fueling this ideological takeover of many of our institutions?
Yes, thank you, Senator Jack. Good to see you again. I agree with Dr. Blight that fascists try to seize the past to control the future, but it really is the trademark of Marxists. This is what Marxists do. I think that people who want to truly transform the country seize the cultural institutions in order to mold how people think. This is their own words. The leadership of the Smithsonian says constantly that it wants to use the museum to transform America, for societal transformation. They see history itself as a tool, an instrument to change society. So you only have to quote what they say they want to do.
What would you say are the most egregious examples of this takeover that you've seen on display at the Smithsonian?
Well, I think we have gone through many of them here. Let me correct the record, because it was said earlier that the mass toolkit was not produced by the Smithsonian. On page 64, it says that it was co-authored by half a dozen current and former Smithsonian employees. The fact that the staff of the Smithsonian is trained, was trained for 4 years for 3 years after the Smithsonian apologized, I think that's pretty damning. It was trained for 4 years on how to use history to transform America. I think the fact that for example, on the Franklin exhibit, they pondered whether he had ever done experiments, electroshock on indentured servants or slaves, without producing any evidence whatsoever. I think that is pretty shocking. Why smear a founding father such as Ben Franklin by pondering such a really bizarre thing?
Well said. Director Hartig, I'm curious, we've heard a lot of concerning examples as just referenced. Do you have any regrets in your tenure thus far of some of the exhibits that have been displayed? Do you regret any of the exhibits, and if so, which?
Good morning, sir. I am incredibly proud of the work we've done, but we are imperfect, and we surely have made mistakes, but I don't have any regrets.
Which mistakes would you say you've made?
There are always factual errors. One of my favorite currently is that one of our volunteers has pointed out that we've been mislabeling a coin in the American presidency exhibit for years. And we were, of course, slightly embarrassed about that, but we fixed it.
Have you had any negative feedback from Secretary Bunch or others in leadership about some of the exhibits we've discussed today?
Secretary Bunch and the members of leadership and I talk about many things, including our exhibitions.
Has there been any frustration exhibited about some of the exhibits that have happened under your control?
We talk about many things, and we've talked about the challenges of being an historian in these times, absolutely.
So one of the things I find interesting, and I'm going to take that as an evasive answer, and I would submit for the record, if you want to say Secretary Bunch has criticized you, it's helpful for us to hear that. But if not, we'll let that go. I'm curious if you could explain for us the 603 review process, and I think this committee is very interested in exploring that and seeing what feedback has come about some of these exhibits.
Certainly, sir. Thank you for the question. I think it started in 1995. Smithsonian Directive SD 603 requires all of our work to go through a really very rigorous review, risk assessment. Most recently, it was updated last summer, enhanced by the regents.
So when an exhibit goes on display, it's peer reviewed. There's a lot of input about the exhibit from people that are on staff within your purview?
Absolutely, and then it's reviewed by a higher committee of undersecretaries.
Would you be willing to submit some of those review processes and likewise some of the content within it to this committee for review?
I'm happy to check with our general counsel and get back to you.
Mr. Gonzalez, in the remaining time that we have, I'm just curious, what do we do going forward? How do we resolve this? How do we fix this? Because it's clearly a problem. It's dividing our country. What's the path forward?
I'm saddened to say that you do need to clean out house at the Smithsonian. You have to replace the leadership. I don't think the 603 review process is going to fix anything. I don't think trying to reform with the present leadership is going to do anything. They're committed to the things they want to do. We only have to listen to what they say and look at the evidence of what they have produced. I think you need to work with the Board of Regents to effect this change.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you. Ms. Crockett, Texas, you're recognized, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Welcome to the Republicans' White Pride rally disguised as a congressional hearing. It might be uncomfortable for some people on this committee to hear about the true history of America, and I hate that for them, but facts are facts. And it's a fact that there is a violent, exclusionary, discriminatory, sexist, and racist part of American history, where our indigenous populations were forcibly displaced from their land, where thousands of Black people were unjustly lynched, where Black people were denied the right to vote and they still trying to do it today, where women needed their husband's permission to open a bank account, where people with disabilities were routinely excluded from schools, workplaces, and public life, where 4 little Black girls were murdered by the KKK at the 16th Street Baptist Church. And a lot of this wasn't that long ago. In fact, 3 of those little girls would be 77 and 1 would be 74. More than 40 members of Congress serving right now would be older than them. Ruby Bridges, who was the first Black child to desegregate an all-white school, is only 71 years old. More than 100 members of Congress serving right now are older than her. So attacks on the Smithsonian or any other institution that's willing to tell the true history of America is not only an attempt to rewrite history, it's an attempt to erase history. So Dr. Blight, if Republicans are going to ban books, penalize schools and universities, attack museums, if states continue to change curriculum, where do Americans go to learn about the complicated, sometimes racist and violent parts of American history?
Thank you for the question. I think they will have to keep going to the same institutions, and we have to keep fighting to preserve what we are doing in those institutions. They have to keep going to public schools. They have to keep going to their public libraries. They have to keep going to the great Smithsonian. Look, the purpose of history is to enlighten us, inspire us, trouble us, bother us, sometimes make us angry. I find it hard to believe that a young person could go through the Museum of American History and not come out at least inspired with the single most important thing, a sense of the past, a sense of history. Americans have to keep going to those places they trust. We have to keep those institutions trustworthy.
Thank you so much. In fact, that takes me to Dr. Hartig. They accuse you and the Smithsonian of sowing division in this country. However, before the White House deleted it, the Departments of Justice and Homeland Security found the biggest domestic threat to the United States is violent white supremacists. So I have a couple of questions for you. First, to the best of your knowledge, has the museum ever been linked to any violent act that has occurred in the United States or against the U.S. government?
Thank you, ma'am. Not to the best of my knowledge.
I don't think many of these white supremacists can even read, but to the best of your knowledge, can you identify a single artifact in your museum that would divide the country?
To the best of my knowledge, ma'am, no. I hope that they unite the country through a shared understanding of our past.
Do you think, or do you ask the political affiliation of any of your employees before you hire them?
Absolutely not, ma'am. It's against the Hatch Act of 1939.
I'm glad that you know the law, but nevertheless. Do you ask if they've donated to political campaigns?
Absolutely not, ma'am. It's against the Hatch Act of 1939.
We need a briefing in this building, but nevertheless, do you only hire non-white people?
No, ma'am.
In fact, almost 60% of the Smithsonian's total workforce is men, and more than 50% is white. 90% of Smithsonian employees making senior level pay are white, and 60% of them are men. I don't understand this fetish that these white guys with fragile egos have with trying to feel oppressed. It reminds me of the same people MLK was referring to when he said, quote, they believe that American society is essentially hospitable to fair play and to steady growth towards a middle-class utopia embodying racial harmony, but unfortunately, this is a fantasy of self-deception and comfortable vanity. I want to go back real quick, though, Dr. Blight, because you talked about the World Cup. The World Cup that captured the imaginations of the entire world when they saw all of these people of color that was playing for all these teams. And ultimately, if you recall, the last 2 teams, it was Argentina and Spain. And it seemed like the vast majority of the world was rooting for Argentina, or actually against Argentina, right? And why was that? Just give me an explanation if you could guess, if you'll just let them finish the answer.
Spain had the best team. Maybe that's why they were rooting for them.
There's also a racist history that exists.
Mr. Bauer, you're recognized. Thank you, Ms. Crockett.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for letting me weigh in to the committee. And Mr. Chairman, thank you for that sort of exaggerated opening video of Dr. Hartig, which I thought simply and respectfully recognized that our European ancestors and the African slaves they brought over came to settle and claim lands that had been home to earlier immigrants, those we call Native Americans that came between 15 and 30,000 years ago. Jared Diamond in Guns, Germs, and Steel points out that our virus and bacteria killed the majority of them. And then we proceeded to take their land, killed hundreds of thousands, moved them out of the regions in which they lived to reservations in South Dakota, Arizona, and other places. And we have the Trail of Tears, Wounded Knee, the Sandy Creek Massacre, the California Genocide, and the forced boarding schools. Dr. Hartig, why did you think it was important to offer a small amount of homage to those who had lived here before we came?
Thank you, sir. It's a practice that I believe in, to acknowledge the layered complexity of our land and where we're standing and all those who have come before us, and an honor to recognize the first peoples of the United States.
Thank you. Mr. Gonzalez talked about, quote, the erasure of American culture. I feel, especially listening to all the wonderful people today, that nothing could be further from the truth, because it's all an effort to tell all of American stories. Dr. Spalding said, tell the American national story. I mean, yes, I love America, Director Hartig loves America, Dr. Blight, Lonnie Bunch, but we don't pretend that we were perfect. It says, that we formed towards a more perfect union. Dr. Blight, you talked the most memorable phrase today was sanctioned ignorance. What would Dr. Hartig's museum look like if we suppressed everything that makes us uncomfortable?
Well, it would be a nice, pleasing stroll through a museum and not much to talk about afterwards at lunch. It is. Frederick Douglass once said, America is its contradictions, all made up of its contradictions. And as a former slave, he understood that. The purpose of exhibiting history, representing history, is not just to show the good and the bad. That's, of course, true, and everyone here has said it. But it's to stimulate our curiosity, to ask a question that we haven't asked before, to confront us with evidence we haven't seen before, a story we never knew. That's what a museum should do. That's what people will then talk about as they leave. If all they learn is a patriotic story, then frankly, professionally, curators and historians have not done their jobs. We do not serve the state. We serve the practice of the creation and dissemination of knowledge.
Thank you very much. Dr. Hartig, you've taken a lot of heat today for saying that your love for America is complicated. I'd argue that all love is complicated because we're not perfect and the people we love aren't perfect. But can you see your complicated love also being unconditional? And what did you mean by complicated love?
Sure, thank you, sir. The placard that was held up in a march during the summer of 2020, which I think we can all remember, said, loving you, America is complicated. I may be misremembering it slightly. And I used that slide in a number of my presentations because I believe you can do both. I believe that loving America can be complicated as an historian. I also believe that as an individual, my love for America is unconditional.
Great. Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you, sir. And I would like to enter Saving America's story for the record. No objections. Ms. Stansbury, you're recognized.
All right, well, it has been an interesting hearing, as these hearings always are, and so I have a lot of ground to cover. I want to just start out by, Mr. Chairman, inviting you to invite the entire committee to go down to the Smithsonian Museum. The American Smithsonian is a mere 2 miles from here, and I'd also like to invite some of my colleagues, if you want to come over, we can watch Drag Race, we can have some cocktails. I think you will have a different opinion once you watch it. Okay, but let's talk a little bit about the museum. I heard the testimony from the majority's witnesses today, and I have to say, I think probably most Americans, with all due respect, sirs, would have no idea what museums you're talking about, because that is not the museums as they are presented. And I think that, as many of my colleagues have stated today, if any of our colleagues had actually stepped foot in these museums in the last few weeks or months, they would actually know what's inside these museums. In fact, I go on a regular basis. I went twice over the last week. And I am curious, though none of my colleagues have stuck around to actually hear the rest of this hearing, how many people in this room have actually been to a Smithsonian museum in the last month or two? Audience? Oh, okay, all right. We got some people in here. Unfortunately, my Republican colleagues who felt this hearing was so important to schedule didn't even bother to wait to the end to answer the question, maybe because they couldn't. Now, let me take you on a very quick, brief virtual tour of the museum since we can't physically go over there. This is the Star-Spangled Banner. This is the American flag that is famous. It is one of the most prominently displayed exhibits at the American History Museum. This is Abraham Lincoln's hat. This is the desk that the Declaration of Independence was written on. If you have been to the Smithsonian Castle for the 250th birthday, which I was just a couple of weekends ago, it is right as you walk in. So to our colleague that didn't know it was there, go over to the castle. This is, of course, R2-D2, Star Wars. We've got some Star Wars fans. Ruby slippers. This is the first Wright flyer, the Wright brothers. And, of course, this is the command module of Apollo 11, which was instrumental in the first landing on the moon. That is American history, and this is what's featured in the American history and other museums of the Smithsonian. And so notwithstanding this crazy report that just got added into the record, and notwithstanding the insane testimony we heard today, I really do encourage every single person in America and across the world to come visit one of our greatest institutions in this country. Now, there was a lot of conversation today about what do race, gender, identity, culture have to do with the American story? That is the American story. We are the greatest nation on planet Earth. We are diverse. We are huge. We are filled with every language, every culture, every people on planet Earth who come here to aspire to the freedoms that are protected in that Declaration and that Constitution that is featured prominently in the Smithsonian Museum. But our museums are also keepers of our story in all its complexity and all its pain, and they are there to also reflect who we are as people. So if there's merchandise that celebrates being Latina, count me in, I want some. I'm gonna go down and get some. If there's merchandise celebrating the LGBTQ plus community, is that appropriate? Yes. It is appropriate because this is our country and we all belong here. And our colleagues don't get to decide who belongs and does not belong in this country, and whose history and whose culture and whose identities belong in our institutions. You get to decide that, the American people. And if my colleagues are so concerned about protecting children from sexualization, how about you arrest some of the criminals in the Epstein case? Maybe the president himself. If you're so concerned about the well-being of children in this country, how about you vote no against the bills that are trying to gut our education system, the bills that are trying to gut food assistance, the bills that are gutting healthcare instead of voting in favor of them? If you actually care about the children and people of this country, then let your votes and your actions speak for you. And vote no against the $95 billion package you're trying to move this week to send more of our children into war, in an illegal war. Now, we don't have time to close out this hearing with a proper closing, but I just want to say to my colleagues who came to share their stories, their hopes, their dreams, and the importance of these institutions, and to all of the American people out there, we will fight for the independence of the Smithsonian, and we will not go back. Period.
Thank you. Co-chair, recognize Ms. Boebert from Colorado.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Hartig, you've said that history is a prime tool of social justice, and that the museum works to reframe the traditional celebratory narrative of U.S. history. Isn't that just a polished way of saying that you intend to use a taxpayer-funded national museum to push a racial narrative that divides Americans by their skin color and by guilt?
Good morning, ma'am, and thank you for the questions. I have said in a number of my talks that I grow, I think, increasingly confident that history can be a tool.
So you're using taxpayer-funded dollars to divide our country by racism and guilt?
No, ma'am. I'm using the power of history.
Madam Director, you changed the museum's mission away from preserving and presenting American history toward empowering people to create a more just and compassionate future. Who gave you the authority to turn the National Museum of American History into a vehicle for progressive political activism?
So the Smithsonian is a nonpartisan institution. We're very proud of that.
Who decides what is just, ma'am?
I hope we can all agree that we want a just and compassionate future. We do so by preserving and sharing the stories of the past.
And are you rewriting that history? Or
no, ma'am.
No. So you are the one who is over all of this. You are the director.
I am.
And it seems that you have the authority to decide what is just and what is compassionate. What about the tens of millions of aborted babies, the babies that have been killed in America? Where's the justice and the compassion for them?
Ma'am, I believe in a just and compassionate future.
Is it just and compassionate to abort tens of millions of babies?
I'm not here at this hearing to discuss that.
Where's their history?
I am not here at this hearing to discuss that.
Is that not a part of our American history? Did that not happen? Or is it only what you care about? Is it only the issues that you care about and you being cushioned by white privilege and being propped up by your whiteness, as you claim? I'm paraphrasing. Is that what you care about, just racism and making people feel guilty?
No, ma'am. I care about the full richness of the American past. Since 1776, there's an estimated 3 billion people who have been here. So it is the honor of my life.
There's over 50 million babies that have been aborted.
It's the honor of my life to do my best to tell the American
Director, you've said that loving America is very complicated. Is it complicated to love your country?
I love my country unconditionally, ma'am.
And okay, so the 250th anniversary of the Declaration, you said that that should be problematized.
Yes, I did, and when historians use that, it means to add new stories.
What about when you
think
use
about
it?
it different ways? Pardon me, ma'am?
What about when you use it, Director?
When I use it, I mean to add new stories and think of new objects to tell the American story in all its richness since 1776.
But you're not going to include the babies that were killed? We can't think of those stories, those new stories to share with American people?
Ma'am, we are going to use the 2 million objects in our collection to tell the American story as fully as we can.
There's over 50 billion more you can add to that. I believe when the director of America's History Museum finds it complicated to love her country and wants to problematize its founding, I believe that that's the definition of undoing our shared national story. Would you agree?
No, ma'am.
Your museum has minimized or contextualized the founders primarily through slavery and exclusion while elevating narratives of conquest, systematic injustice, and resistance. Is there any version of the American founding you consider worthy of uncomplicated celebration, or is the entire project irredeemably tainted by your view?
So the founding era of the nation occupies 25,000 square feet in our museum. So I'm incredibly proud that we tell the stories of the founding.
Is there any part of it that is uncomplicated, or?
Oh, some of it's
Can
incredibly
we celebrate without complication?
Absolutely, ma'am.
Okay.
Time's up.
Mr. Chair,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
ask for unanimous consent. Unanimous consent to enter into the record an opinion piece authored by witness Professor Blight and published in the New York Times titled, "Trump is bending history to his will. He will fail."
So ordered. This time, I've been advised not to do this, but I'm going to do it because he's my friend. And without objection, Mr. Jackson from Illinois is waived on the subcommittee for the purposes of questioning the witnesses at today's hearing.
Thank you, the Honorable Chairman, Mr. Tim Burchett, my friend. Thank you, Ms. Stansberry, and all the panelists that have come today. I have enormous concern about what is happening at the museum structure, particularly under the Trump administration. History is not something that we seek to change or bend. History was taking place before we arrived. History is something that we should learn from. And to the degree that Mr. Trump, specifically on the 4th of July of 2026, took further attacks at the National Museum of African American History, I thought it was very concerning. And he says that it is divisive, that we should show the happier side of American in slavery, that we should show things that we have to unify us. I think what unifies us is the truth. Mr. Blight, I would ask you, Dr. Blight, from your historical perspective, what does it say about a society that cannot reconcile its history, its truth, and where are we now?
Well, for one thing, it says it's a mature society. History's never easily reconciled. One example, members here today have said that America is unique, exceptional, and great because we ended slavery. Actually, it is far closer to a historical truth that America is unique and exceptional in that it took a massive all-out civil war to end slavery. We are the only country or empire in the world that killed 700,000 of its own people in order to no longer have slavery. We have all become abolitionists now. We all like to celebrate America ended slavery, but if we don't know the process by which we got to that point, we know next to nothing.
Well, let me ask you, there is now this attempt, if you will, they're saying that our history is divisive. There were great people. Senator Charles Sumner is a personal hero. Thaddeus Stevens, these were some of the people that were called the great Reconstructionists, if you will, that brought about America. When you cancel out African Americans in American history, you in fact don't tell the whole story. The purpose under Dr. Cargie Woodson, who started off with African American History Week, and then Gerald Ford creating African History Month, and even to the dedication of the museum that was allocated the land by George W. Bush. How do we tell the whole story so we can show the progress that we've made and the resilience in America?
Well, Congressman, it's not simple. Last fall, with two colleagues at Yale, Beverly Gage and Joanne Freeman, I taught a course called America at 250, A History. Now, no one teaches this way anymore. No one tries to do the whole story in one course. We had so many people attending the course, we had to hold it in the chapel of the university. And it was done under a rubric where Yale allows the community to come. We had 400 local citizens attending every day. We had 400 undergraduates attending every day. We taught the whole national story, the big picture, in one course. It was a little crazy, but we pulled it off. And we found there was a deep yearning to know the whole story, but through all of the new histories as best we could that we've come to know and understand. It goes without saying that if you erase your past, you'll pay for it.
Well, I'd like to say very much thank you, and I'd like to share this for the record. I was at the dedication of the museum 10 years ago, and George W. Bush, I have to say thank you to him. He dedicated this land, he wanted it prominent, and he also said in his remarks, and I would recommend other people read his remarks, there were about 5 minutes, and this is just one brief section. He says, this museum is an important addition to our country for many reasons. Here are three. First, it shows our commitment to truth. A great nation does not hide its history, it faces its flaws and corrects them. This museum tells the truth that a country founded on the promise of liberty held millions in chains, that the price of our union was America's original sin. I went and I thanked Mr. Bush for having made this a very prominent part of the mall and for having brought truth to the American narrative. Dr. Blight, I'll leave you with any last words.
Well, I'd only add to that no less than Lonnie Bunch himself thanks President George W. Bush every chance he gets for the support for that museum.
Thank you, Dr. Blight. My dear friend, Dr. Tim Burchett, thank you so much for your generosity in letting me share a few minutes. Don't gavel me out. I would appreciate it so much. Thank you, Mr. Timothy Birch.
You're welcome, Chairman Jackson. In closing, I want to thank our witnesses once again for their testimony. With that, and without objection, all members have 5 legislative days within which to submit materials and additional written questions for the witnesses, which will be forwarded to the witnesses. If there is no further business, without objection, the subcommittee stands adjourned.
Entire thing right now, but Yo, we just had a bombshell drop, and I genuinely don't think that anyone has told you yet. We're going to walk through the entire thing right now, but a sitting senator openly just showed you exactly what the Biden administration was doing and how the lefty robot drivers were driving the robot Joe Biden to do permanent protected status or temporary protected status into permanent protected status intentionally, and he dropped the receipts. Please send this out. This is a big story. Everything we linked in the description box below. You can follow me on X at BradenLOA. Let's not waste time. Let's dive right in. Okay. This is Senator Eric Schmitt. This is a sitting senator. I want you to listen to him, and then I want to show you the receipts that he just dropped. Again, this is hot off the presses. You're not going to get this type of analysis anywhere. So hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, turn the notification bell on. Take it away, Senator. Listen to this.
TPS was created for emergencies. Democrats turned it into a one-way racket towards permanent mass migration. Here's how the racket works. An emergency creates temporary status. Then the emergency passes, but the status stays. The deadline arrives, but Washington extends it. The voters demand enforcement, but Democrats refuse. Every click moves towards permanence. None moves back towards the law. That is the TPS racket. TPS was...
Now, this is very important. If you remember TPS, we're not talking about the TPS reports from Office Space. We're talking about the actual temporary protected status for people like the Haitians or the Guatemalans or anybody who came in from a tidal wave that hit 45 years ago. You know, that one. The Supreme Court just said, yeah, you can get rid of those people. It's fine. That's why this is so frequent in the news. But he also dropped the receipts. Again, let me hear you in the comments. Our conversations back and forth and you guys talking to each other drives these videos forward. Please jump in there. Like it, share it, send it. He dropped the receipts. Normally, I have to do this. This is an actual letter from the Biden administration senior leadership to Biden when he wasn't being a robot, saying how you can extend this by manipulating the entire system. This is all about immigrants staying in our country because they want a de facto amnesty from the far leftoids running Joe Biden's brain. Watch this. Memorandum for the president from senior advisors. Temporary protected status. You can see up there, January 2, 2024. This is in Biden's term. And when you go in here, you can actually look at a few underlying points. There's 4 documents. Okay, so we're going to go through this pretty quickly to keep you involved. To expand TPS before you leave office. To remain and work legally in the United States. This is the whole point. If you look down here, the Secretary of Homeland Security may extend, redesignate, or terminate a given designation at least 60 days prior to its expiration. An extension enables those already covered by an existing grant to retain their protection or remain in the country. A redesignation, terminate the TPS designation, takes no action, and the designated automatically extended for 6 months. All of these things are all the senior leadership of the Biden administration telling Joe Biden how he can permanently attach temporary protected status to people who should have already been gone. This is the de facto amnesty that they were doing, and the senator just dropped these things. This is fire. Look, it's the second doc right here. As you can see, the red, again, normally I have to do this, but he actually did a really good job. He might actually have a career as a commentator. So, TPS actions during your and previous administration. Again, this is senior leadership directly to the president at the time, Joe Biden, the short-circuiting robot. There are currently 16 grants of TPS in place, covering 1.2 million people. Of these, 10 were in place when you took office. Your administration has newly designated nationals from the following 7 countries as eligible for TPS. Afghanistan, Cameroon, Ethiopia, Burma, Lebanon, Ukraine, and Venezuela. Your administration also extended and redesignated TPS for Haiti several times. And that's what the Supreme Court just overruled. Do you see how all of these things are woven together? That's why we cover the stories we cover for you, because it's all the backstory. It's all the things you need to know and how to beat these people. Potential TPS actions. Again, we're on document 204. All of the 16 current TPS designations will expire in 2025 or early 2026. El Salvador is the only current TPS designation that requires a decision prior to end of your administration. The Secretary of Homeland Security, with the support of the Secretary of State, plans to extend this designation as he did in 2023, which would protect the 234,000 currently eligible individuals for another 18 months. They were trying to keep all of these people in through this manipulating and massaging of the system. I'm going to keep on going. Watch this. This included members of Tren de Agua, by the way. I just want to throw that out there real quick. Here's another one. This is page 3 of 4, just so you're tracking along. And again, let me hear in the comments. This is really important stuff. Stakeholders. Now, if you are familiar with how advocacy groups work and administrations work, they call everybody who cares about a topic stakeholders, right? It's some of their corporate language they adopt. Stakeholders argue that granting TPS will potentially protect many vulnerable people from President-elect Trump's planned mass deportations, including some who lived in mixed status families with U.S. citizens. Isn't that interesting? How they're talking about in the Biden administration, how they're going to keep people from like Haiti and still in the country and protect it from Donald Trump's mass deportation. And then the Supreme Court actually had to get involved, almost like Donald Trump was stymied by the Biden administration. And then the Supreme Court said, no, he's perfectly legal in doing what he wants. Here's the evidence of what they did. Literally, it's in front of your face. They argue that these protections are likely not to hold in court. Yeah, that checks out. And they are prepared to litigate efforts to terminate or slow down the implementation of TPS for specified nations by the Trump administration. This is the swamp in action. While it is impossible to predict with certainty the likelihood of success of any future litigation, prior federal litigation brought by advocates during the first Trump administration was successful in halting the Trump administration's effort to terminate TPS, though that was due in large part to the prior administration's failure to produce a factual record in support of termination, which is something that could be rectified, and they did, and they won. The litigation also became moot before the appellate process concluded, and so it is uncertain how it will have ultimately been resolved. They're talking about the fact that they knew it was not going to hold up in court. They're going to do it anyway to slow it down intentionally because they want to keep as many people here as possible through redesignations. You are literally looking at the deep state in action. The senator did an amazing job dropping this. Let's continue. Got even more. The fourth one is on the way. This is where to go. Where to go? Here we go. This is the fourth one right here. Oh, no, it's not. It's the third one. I'm sorry. They labeled it 3. No, I haven't read that yet. No, this is still 4. This is 4. While TPS historically has had bipartisan support, Republicans have recently criticized your administration's grants of TPS as a form of amnesty. No, stop it. What do you mean? They also allege that TPS encourages illegal immigration from countries that receive TPS that is no longer temporary, given that once granted has not generally been rescinded. Should the Secretary of Homeland Security redesignate Venezuelan nationals for TPS, Republicans are likely to argue that you provided amnesty to Tren de Aragua members. And lastly, as notable above, President-elect Trump has threatened to revoke TPS for Haitians when he takes office, which he did, and the Supreme Court stood up for. Y'all, I am walking you through the actual senior leadership of the Biden administration telling Joe Biden what he needed to do and what they were going to do and how it was going to be challenged in court and how they're going to slow it down and how they were eventually going to lose. This is all an argument about how to keep people in the United States who shouldn't be here. There's the actual numbers. I'll just leave them on the screen. I don't even need to go through them. You guys get the point. This is insanity. How about another one? Ecuador and Guatemala, 600,000, 1.5 million. Wow, that's a lot of people. And then finally, Biden extends protections for immigrants from Venezuela, El Salvador, and Ukraine because he did it January 10, 2025. Y'all, this is an exquisitely well-researched, exquisitely well-dropped document dump from the sitting senator, and he deserves every bit of credit for it. Please send this stuff out. We are fighting to save the country, and this is what I mean when I say it. This is exactly what the kind of stuff that we cover and talk about and give you the analysis of things that you need to know, because it's not going anywhere and it needs to. I'm Braden. I'll see you on the live stream tonight.
We are America Mission. Make America your mission.